Yes, the big question tonight is do you support Mother Karua as a spokesperson of Mount Kenya? Do you support Mother Karua as a spokesperson of Mount Kenya? She was unveiled to us by the Caucus for Mount Kenya Unity. So the big question is, do you support Mother Karua as a spokesperson of Mount Kenya? What is the game plan? I saw Moses Kuria, Kaboko, and William Kaboko, Mwangi Kiunjuri, and among others, unveiling Mother Karua as the interim spokesperson for Mount Kenya. And there will be a series of meetings where she will be the convener. And she said that this meeting will lead to Limuru 3. So we don't know the Limuru 3 will be a resolution to have a Mount Kenya candidate or a support for not Uhuru, a support for Ruto or a support for Raila. We are not sure, or they will have what they call the Mount Kenya irreducible minimum, such that whichever candidate is able to articulate or to promise or to seem to favor those irreducible minimum, they will support that candidate. Do you support the spokeslady Wangare Mother Karua? It seems out of the 9 daughters of Mumbi, Wangare is the lucky one this time. She's emerging as the spokeslady, whether interim basis, but I think already it shows that she has got favor among other aspirants. I saw Moses Kuria coming out strongly the same way Raila came out strongly in Uhuru Park and said Kibaki Tosha. I saw the zeal in Moses Kuria. He said that before we say anything else, we have to put things clear, that we have to communicate to the public that we have chosen Mother Wangare Karua as our interim spokesperson. And they say the class is dismissed. So welcome, let's have a conversation over the same. Let's see what is happening on the mountain. Indeed, like someone, Kiunjuri said that the mountain is very slippery. It's moving right, left, center. So we want to know which way Mount Kenya. I will share one clip just to recap what the team was saying. Okay, I just share one clip here.
Not only to presidential candidates, but even to other agencies that may have a bearing. If it is security, we have security agencies. If it's revenue sharing, we have agencies. So this is beyond the presidential race. It is about permanent community of interest and permanent issues that need to be addressed. Yeah. Thank you.
Let me just one thing I don't want to add to what my colleague has said. I just want to say, for avoidance of doubt, that this forum has today unanimously chosen the Honorable Mother Karua to be our official convener and our spokesperson. That's all I want to say.
Interim.
on interim basis.
Thank you.
The Mount Kenya, whenever they meet, there's that feeling that maybe there's some agenda being followed.
No, it is you people who make us look like we have an ulterior agenda elsewhere. What the Honorable Mother Karua has said is what we have discussed, and this is not only for this generation, it's for generations to come. The interests of the mountain are paramount to ourselves as we think as Kenyans. So let's stop at what Mother Karua has said and take that to the world, because it's going to be here for a while.
Yes, we have other daughters and sons of the mountains that are not here. What is your message to them?
They will be coming.
The forum
It starts with a step. 1,000 miles journey starts with one step.
A journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. There are other daughters and sons of the mountain, but they were not there. They believe that in the subsequent meetings they will attend. Do you think everybody will support that move? We know already someone, JM, Justin Muturi, had already been gone through an, how do we call that traditional ceremony? He had gone through that ceremony, and he had been officiated as the mountain spokesperson. Now here is Mother Karua, who has been declared by some of the leaders, the caucus of a few leaders from the mountain, as the spokesperson. So right now we know they are officially, those who have been declared to be spokesperson are two. One was declared by elders. Some say they were not elders. Now this one has been declared by elected leaders. So what is your take on the same? Initially we thought Muturi had the blessings of Uhuru or the mountain leaders, but right now we are seeing Mother Karua emerge, so we are not sure exactly where the mountain is headed to, but as time goes by we will understand what is happening. Are they planning for a presidential candidate? Are they planning to support the DP, who has an overwhelming support from the mountain? Are they planning to support Baba, who is eyeing the mountain, or even any other candidate, the Oka Alliance, or they just want to go alone? I will read a few comments, and then we can begin the discussion. Okay. So we have Anthony Nguku anasema hapana. Anthony Nguku doesn't support her opportunity to be a spokesperson. Abigail hajasema kitu, ako tu present. Kimtai Langat anasema something to DP. I don't know what she means by that. Okay, Kevin anasema in. Wilberforce anasema whichever, as long as Baba awe president, hayo mambo mengine mimi pana jua. Jennifer Moria says ako sawa huyo mama. Patrick Karanja anasema a lion lady. I thought maybe he wanted to mean an iron lady. A lion lady, she can make it. And she's normally referred as an iron lady, not lion. Okay, but whatever that means. Okay, Petrol Mandilu says mkiongozwa na mwanamke jua mumeisha. Aya. You haven't seen female ladies, female leaders. You haven't seen Suluhu, ameleta Suluhu huko Tanzania. You haven't seen Kirinyaka governor. You haven't seen Kitui governor. Okay, there are so many female leaders. Hata shule tulikuwa na headmistress, walikuwa wamama na bado tulisoma. Okay, Jane Joseph anasema I support her. Joel Rotich anasema either way. Bernard Baba anasema nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya mumerogwa. Aya. Na nani? How choose a lady to be a spokesperson? I pity you. Okay, no my friend. Vintu vichenjanga. Things are changing, the world is changing. Hata wewe uko kwako nyumbani, serikali inaweza badilika. Haya, wewe sema tu ati huwezi ongozwa na mwanamke. Hata utakaliwa. Okay. Shadi Chuka anasema those purporting to speak on behalf of Mount Kenya residents are now people with personal interests. Mr. Wekesa, I won't be in the show tonight. I have a sore throat. Please pray for me. I release that anointing of healing in Jesus' name. Amen. Umepona ndugu yangu kuja kwa show. Okay, Abu Kipto anasema very mature lady, muko sawa watu wa mlima. Okay. There are those who support her elevation. Mary Shiru anasema never, she has been there since Mheshimiwa Njiru, mwana wa Njiru, Matere, Kereri, Robinson, Jeru, Githae, and Kinywa, Mbui, and she has never delivered. God has taken his time on her, so she can never deliver. Let her give testimony. What do you want mother to deliver? In her dockets, I thought she delivered. Okay. She is equal to the tasks. Okay. Mtembei Wanyina, I want this to reach her. Sijaelewa hiyo anamaanisha nini. Okay, Sam Telestai anasema yes, she is capable of being the running mate. We believe in her. Nyanumba David anasema a betrayal. I don't know who has been betrayed. Anthony anasema to Baba I know. Shadrach anasema ako sawa. Hii ni kudanganya tu, itaisha by December. Kadinya anasema watch this group. It is a game changer. Okay. The Iron Lady Dennis Wawero anasema hivyo. Washira anasema okay, to Akwambo. Missionary missionary. Okay, hiyo jina imepotea. So you're welcome. We have a guy called Dennis. Dennis, you're welcome. Let me read 1, 2, 3 comments, and then we proceed with the discussion. Okay. I'm resharing the link for those who are coming. You can join in. I'm resharing the link just now. Missionary Abraham anasema, no, she's not our spokesperson. We don't need such a person. She is a spokesperson of other leaders and not the common people. Okay. Ibrahim Kariuki anasema akienda kwa Raila mambo yake kuisha. Mount Kenya hatutaki rao. Ruto ndiye kusema Mount Kenya mtajua hamjui. Okay. Kariuki amwambia akitaka kuwa spokesperson aende kwa Ruto. Bakari Kemei anasema mother ni wangu. Samuel Mahungu anasema she can be but to Raila cause siwezi vote for them. Na Ndoha Hudson, Martha Karua is fit. I support this. Okay. Gerald Latem wanasema political brokers who send them to negotiate on their behalf. Moses Waweru, let them do whatever they want, but I have decided to vote Ruto with or without spokesperson, period. William Boma anasema, forget about mtu wa vitendawili. He will never be president. Okay, are we talking about vitendawili ama Martha Karua? Kenyans. Okay. Wewe hautaki kumeweka comment ya Martha Karua, unataka tu kugonga mti yako. Sawa tu, tukubali ishe. Haya, Wambua anasema, husikii hata mimi ndio spokesman wa Ukambani. Okay, kila mtu anajitawaza. Samson Makwai anasema, Samuel Mahungu si ukae wacha chuki. Okay. Haya, watu wanachongoana huku kwa comment section. Sawa tu. Johan Kariuki anasema, imagine from last year Mtembei was the best media from diaspora and the whole country, but now only okay. Sawa tu, tukubali ishe. Aya, Francis Keria, kutoka Westlands team kubwa, Raila tosha. Aya, Francis Nyamuro, Martha Karua is capable of taking care of the constitution. Okay. Tunaendelea. Johnston anasema ako live from Musa area, Ivakale, sublocation, Kambiri, Isuha North Ward, Shinyalu constituency, Kakamega County. Hey, huyu amedescribe mpaka kwa nyumba. Robert Munyoma anasema she is capable, we need such mind in leadership. Okay, keep your comments coming. Thank you so much for those who are tuned in. Keep your comments coming. Let's start with Dennis. Dennis, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Unakubaliana?
Mi kwangu napinga.
Do you endorse?
No, a big no. And I believe all those things are, I think that is a group of cocoons, tubocrats, politicians who are just wanatafutia tu tubo zao. Na that issue of spokesman or sijui spokeswoman, it just kind of drama. Hakuna kitu atasaidia na ataisha hivyo. If even Martha Karua himself hajachaguliwa kwao nyumbani, and then anakuja kutuambia nini sai? I don't, and I won't, and I don't support him at all. I don't support her at all, and he will take us nowhere. Na hizi drama mingi za Mount Kenya, kila mtu anajiteua kuwa spokesperson, sijui spokeswoman, sijui spokesman. Expect a lot of dramas as we are heading to transitional government. And this one maybe tuseme pengine ni nyuma yake pengine ni Uhuru tu anajaribu kucheza na akili za Wakenya. But hiyo issue ya spokesperson, spokeswoman, spokesman is what it won't haitasaidia. They are just looking for their own benefit. Mbona asiongelee saa hii mafuta ipuguzwe? Hawa watu wanaenda kukutana na yeye, ni nini wanaenda kufanya huko badala ya watetee wananchi kwanza mafuta ishuke? Si wao ndio walipitisha. Lakini for now they are hungry for power. They are wanaenda tuto tu drama tudogo kutafutia tubo zao ili wapate vio wapate nini, but lili mwananchi anaumia. I don't recognize her, na huyo hata hakuna kiti atapata, and I don't support her at all. Aenda akuwe spokesperson Kirinyaga kwanza.
Ruben, not Ruben. Davis. Leo nakuja na jina inani confuse. Dennis. So wewe uko na beef na mother. Na mother
No.
Umesema hajachakuliwa na mtu yoyote. Na huyu mother wameenda kwa meeting. Wakakaa kwa meeting, kulikuwa na watu wamechakuliwa na wale hawajachakuliwa. Na wale wamechakuliwa ndio wamesema mother akuwe spokesperson wetu. So
wenye walikuwa kwa hiyo meeting,
ngoja kwanza, kama amepita mbele ya watu wenye wamechakuliwa, kwa nini wewe unamkataa? Si kuchakuliwa ni nini? Si amechakuliwa, kwa hiyo meeting alichakuliwa, watu walisema waje tupatie mara. Hiyo ni kuchakua ama uchakuzi ni nini wewe?
That is an opinion of few tubocrats who are looking something for their own stomach. Na even 2022 hawarudi, so wanaenda kuongelelea nini? They are outgoing leaders, they are outgoing MPs, so wanaenda kuongelelea nini? Already 2022 wanaenda nyumbani. So nani aliwatuma? Hakuna mtu aliwatuma. Wao ndio wanajituma wakatafutie tubo zao. Kama wamepatiwa pesa na Ruto ama Raila, waenda wakae pale nyuma ya hema ili waanze visagasaga hivi. So I don't support in fact I like simchukii lakini simpendi na siwezi mpigia kura yangu at all. Hata akuwe kwa Raila ama akuwe kwa Ruto, I cannot support her.
So unataka kuniambia akikuwa running mate wa Ruto utavotia Ruto, na akikuwa running mate wa Raila hautavotia Raila? Now
unajua, okay, do you know one, if you are a leader unatokea mwenyewe si agoje tuuda tufanye hiyo kazi yote and then akuje kukula keki kwa meza yenye hajatafuta. We need active politician from UDA. The same as ODM, which I believe somebody mtu amekuwa akijiassociate na baba karibu, somebody amekuwa akijiassociate na Ruto karibu, lakini huyu si agoje after all watu wamepigwa na wamefanya nini, wameharasiwa kila kitu, agoje akuja apewa kiti ya deputy president. Sijaona akipigania kuonyesha interest. Hakuna mtu atamwendea Kirinyaga ati akuja ampe. No, we want active politician leaders wenye wamekuwa wakipigania, wameuda hizo chama. So we don't want.
Lakini sasa Dennis, wache nikuulize swali. Kupigania ni nini? Kama ni kupigania, Martha Karua amepigania kitu inaitwa linda katiba na amekuwa side moja na hiyo even sijui ni UDM nini na akisaidia katiba isiharibike, hii story ya BBI. So kwa nini tena unasema hajapigania kitu? Na aliunda timu kubwa sana na timu yake ndiyo imesaidia BBI haikuenda through. Inafaa umpatie bongezi, amefanya kazi. Si ati alikuwa tu amekaa nyumbani na akapatikana hapa. Hauoni kama kwa siasa?
Ruto Martha Karua amekuwa
kuendelea Kenya iende mbele.
Martha Karua amekuwa akitafutia tumbo yake. So sioni haja na sio poa kuwa any running mate any other side. Let him go for the governor Kirinyaga. Wakimchagua ni sawa. That is my opinion.
So you feel mtu mwenye anatafutia tumbo yake anaweza enda kwa governor na sio president ama running mate? What do you mean by that?
Unajua, wacha kwanza akubalike kwao Kirinyaga. Watu wa Kirinyaga kwanza mkubali, at least wampe governorship and then akuje national. It will be a bit better.
Okay, hiyo ni maoni yako. Let's go to James Wahome. How are you, James?
I'm fine.
Yes, you are speaking from which county?
Kiambu.
Kiambu.
Yes.
Well, kama mse wa Kiambu, how have you received this news? Unaonaje hii mambo?
I think anybody dismissing Mother Karua does not understand this country. She is a forthright leader who has demonstrated a very steady leadership with the principles. In fact, she has already dismissed some of the presidential candidates based on principles, and she's given the reasons why. So I wonder what this man is talking about when he kind of offhand. It then means he has not been following what is happening in this country. We need principled leaders who are not corruptible and who can stand by the rule of law. That's all. Can you hear me?
Ruben, umesikia hiyo maneno?
Hiyo ni opinion yake, sina shida nayo.
Yeah, Mother Karua is a principal leader. How do you dismiss her just like that? Njeru Wanyawira anasema haya, huyu jamaa anaelewa siasa kweli? Ruben, utajibu hiyo ama ni maoni yake? Okay, Namuel Nyambuti anasema aende aangalie wajukuu. Ndajeru anasema I guess this guy don't know Mother Karua. Okay, so people have different opinion. Yeah, but majority say that they like her. Mother Karua is the bridge we need. That is Wanyawira. Okay, now Nyambuti anasema this is Kenya. Okay. Yeah, we can continue.
Can I add something?
Yes, proceed.
I think for Mother to be picked as the spokesman of Central Kenya, and you know how contentious the positioning is in this region, it means she enjoys a very high level of trust, and her steadiness in leadership has been admired even by those who may criticize her sometimes for what would seem as handedness in her stand. If you see the likes of Moses Kuria, the likes of Kiunjuri, agreeing, the likes of Koigi Wamwere, agreeing in one meeting that Mother can stand in and talk for them, then that is the highest level of trust. And this is a very difficult region for people to agree on a certain person. So this man who is talking here and dismissing Mother does not exactly understand what he is saying. In fact, if you go into the history, you are going to find out that she is one of the most highly rated as a person who may be the spokesman of this region once President Uhuru Kenyatta goes home. That is my opinion.
Do you think her stand for, in terms of, you remember the National Accord?
Yes.
Where she was part of the Serena mediation team?
Yes.
And she stood for Kibaki and the interests of the Kibaki wing, the PNU wing?
Yes. Yes.
Is it part of maybe the considerations that the Mount Kenya is saying that maybe if we have to broker a political deal, Mother Karua will have to stand for the interests of Mount Kenya? Are they considering some of her strong characteristics that she can stand on the mountain until she delivers what the mountain wants?
You remember very well, most people would say that Mother was the last man left standing during those negotiations. If you also follow very well, is that at that time, she is one of those who stood very firm on the side of Kibaki, even during the negotiations. And she is so intelligent that when she found that the talks were not going their way, was able to create a situation that made the talks to be temporarily stopped, so that she could be able to reach out and know whether she is taking the right position, or the way the talks were taking would be agreeable to her principles. Therefore, this is a lady who has earned respect, even to the people of the likes of James Orengo, the likes of Raila. They know the kind of mental capacity, the intellectual depth, the resoluteness of this lady. And let me tell you, let people talk what they want to talk, but there is something called the silent admiration that this lady has across the region. And it can be seen in the fact that there is nobody who has ever stood against her in terms of her stance that she makes in the press regarding various reasons from the region. So that tells you a lot. Nobody has ever dismissed her offhand as a person who does not know what she is talking about. So what do you tell of this, especially in the fact that Mount Kenya is not known very much to respect leadership from women? It's only recently that we are starting to have a few going for political seats and succeeding. So she is an icon. She's a person who has gone beyond many men. She cannot be bought easily. What she stands for, she stands for. If she says she cannot go with a corrupt person, that is exactly what she means. She's not known to waver. I think the Kikuyu like such people. If you look at the kind of people they go for at the national level, even Uhuru did not just get his position just like that. There are those factors that made him get that position. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not a walk in the park.
Okay, let's be fair to her. Can we describe Mother Karua as a tumbocrat? I have heard people say that Mother Karua is a tumbocrat.
That is hogwash.
Look at her political life and this. Can you describe Mother Karua as a tumbocrat? That's hogwash. There are those people who just want to make political statements to fit in the kind of beliefs that they currently have and the people they are supporting. But the fact of the matter is that in this country, we have a situation whereby people just want to campaign for others because they have interests, and then rapish those people who have stood out as icons in leadership. So for me, I would want anybody to come and challenge me on what Mother has not done or has done that is wrong in leadership. It is not easy to stay in leadership for such a long time and people don't mention you in one way or the other having stolen or mismanaged or tricked people into situations, which has happened with very many leaders. She is one of the most referred leaders we have. She is actually an asset for our community and the country. In fact, there are those who even feel that maybe she's not been fair to this country because she should have given
her leadership skills for those years that she has been out of leadership. Well, she's been playing her leadership on other platforms, I mean at national level. That is my take.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. I've seen 2 more people have come in. Ashley, how are you? And Dennis. Dennis, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Yeah, you can make your opening remarks and then we go to Ashley.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I just want to say that Kenya is a democracy, and whatever that the mountain has decided to endorse Mother Karua as their spokesperson is okay. But as to whether it will gain political traction or not is a different ballgame altogether. As it is right now, and from the look of things, it seems William Ruto is already ahead of this kind of political formations. They are coming in too late. William Ruto in Mount Kenya is still far much ahead of them. And you know, as much as they do these boardroom meetings to award themselves positions, including that of spokesperson, they do not enjoy the mandate or the blessings of the ordinary people on the ground. So whatever they do, this is too late. This is something they ought to have done too early. William Ruto has already gained ground, and it will be very difficult for them to dismantle or to disable his reign politically, so to say, around the mountain. But this effort will, of course, give William Ruto some headache in the coming days, but not much will really happen towards, neutralizing his political support from Mount Kenya. And therefore, it is a welcome idea, but it may not be productive at this point in time.
Dennis, yes. Maybe I want to understand your school of thought. Huh? So yes. Are you suggesting that Mother Karua's opportunity to be a spokesperson is inspired by the fact that William has made inroads and therefore they need to counter? What if they are looking for Mother Karua to be the running mate of Ruto? Okay, we haven't heard exactly what they want, which side they want to go. But you seem to have kindly guide us.
The things that they say they want are not realistic. When you want to speak for the people as a leader in a democracy, it is good to have the blessings, or it is effective, or your leadership can be effective only when you have the blessings of those that you intend to represent. In this scenario, Mother Karua, to be spokesperson for Mount Kenya people, she doesn't enjoy the blessings of the majority, the ordinary people. This is a self-imposed spokesperson through boardroom declaration. So that is why I just want to say that our position does not have any bearing on the ground. Remember, William Ruto has been going to the ground. He has a political traction. He has a political relationship with ordinary people.
Dennis, yes. We don't have a problem with William Ruto. The idea is William Ruto cannot be a Mount Kenya spokesperson. So we are saying maybe you could tell us that Mother Karua is not the best, or maybe Ndindi Nyoro is the best, like that. But you cannot compare Mother Karua and William Ruto. Kindly compare Mount Kenya with a Mount Kenya person, because William Ruto, as much as he has inroads in Mount Kenya, he cannot be a spokesperson of Mount Kenya, and you know it. So
Mount Kenya is not going to have a spokesperson now. Mount Kenya is a very porous territory politically, and therefore I don't see anyone becoming a spokesperson for Mount Kenya as it is as of now. I don't see anyone. These people are not ready to have a spokesperson. They have already made their decision. As much as Raila is trying, Mount Kenya will, by a large margin, support William Ruto, and they've already made that decision. That is inherent from what we see on the ground. That is my take, but I stand to be corrected.
I don't know why the issues of William and Raila always cark the debate. Even if we try to run away from them, we wanted to discuss the ability of Martha Karua being a spokesperson or not, or if there is any other person who can stand in and be better. But it seems like every time we go there, we have to go back to the candidature of William Ruto and Raila. Okay. Anyway, that's your opinion.
That is my opinion.
Crown.
Yeah. So what I just want to say is that it is these spokesperson issues are coming in too late. This is something that ought to have gone through a process and ought to have started way back. And therefore it is an issue that is overtaken by events. Mount Kenya people are not going to listen to anyone in the name of a spokesperson. I think for the first time, they will speak for themselves. The reason I'm saying that, they are not likely to have a presidential candidate, and if they will have, let's say Muturi, he doesn't have any political traction, and therefore the decision seems to have already been made, and I don't see it significant, but it is their right. Let them have their spokesperson in the name of Mother Karua, but I don't know if she's gonna articulate the issues of the people, or she will just speak for the sake of it. Thank you. It seems the moderator has left. Can you hear me? Are we here? All right. Someone can pick it up from where I've left before the moderator comes back.
It is true. I don't support her because hii mambo ya kuingia boardroom na kuja kutuambia friend ndiye spokesperson. Personally, I need somebody who has shown interest, who has tried to fight for himself. Mtu like Moses Kuria. Huyo mtu that like Moses Kuria ameonyesha kwa wananchi kuwa he can say something. Lakini si mnaingia kwa boardroom na kuja kutuambia huyo ni wenu. Aongee huko kwenu, hakuna kitu atatuambia. I don't support her. If she was very interested to be a spokesperson, he should ageonyesha kitambo sana. Lakini si ati wanaenda kukula nyama hapa Naivasha wanakuja kutuambia ni yes spokesman, sijui spokesperson what. I don't support her. In fact, I hate her political ideas. I disagree. And I cannot vote for her. Whether he is vying for presidential, for the governorship or MC, I cannot vote for her. I hate her political ideology, and I will never support her. And that is my opinion. I don't force anybody to agree or disagree, and I respect each and everyone's opinion. Whether kuna mwenye na support, whether kuna mwenye naona political idea zake ni mzuri, personally I don't support her.
Let me say this. That's fine. What you've said is fine. But also you must realize that positions of representations don't just come like that. There is nowhere where the community met to elect somebody called Muigai Kenyatta to be their spokesman. These leaders come organically, and the first building blocks is acceptance across the board by those who talk and people listen. The likes of Kabogo, you can't dismiss him. The likes of Kuria, you can't dismiss him. The likes of Kionjori, you can't dismiss him. The likes of, and many others. So what we are saying here, don't wait for any one time that the community will meet somewhere to elect somebody who is going to become the leader or to take over from Uhuru as the spokesman or spokeswoman of this region. That leader will emerge organically. And there are several things that happen. We have a regimental system of bringing forth such leaders. And Mother has been rating highly among those who can be trusted to stand in if there is need be that our region requires representation at the national level. This is something that is not just coming out of the blues. It is something that has been there. It's only that we only think that the leaders are the ones who are elected. No, you'll be very surprised. Going forward, as I hear one of the guys here dismissing that move that has happened today, it shows that maybe you have a very small understanding of how our leaders in Mount Kenya develop into icons. There is an organic way in which our leaders emerge and get acceptance across board. When you are given the stamp of authority by the likes of Keraito, the likes of Munya, and others, you of course start generating what we call goodwill from our people, because there is no one time we will meet to go and vote such a person. And therefore, even talking at this time, it's too early to say the direction in which this politics is going. My friend, maybe you do not know our community. The decisions on the way forward politically, nobody has, fine, up to now, there are those who may claim to have gone ahead and done this or done the other. But when the chips start falling, you'll be very surprised. These are people who are very conscious about their interests, and they want those interests served. They have served in the past in the hands of national leadership that they thought would assist them for 24 years. And therefore, they are very conscious. And that is why when strong leaders in our region come up and say and give direction and say that we can trust that if we go this way, things will be better for us. It is now more than ever before, especially because we are not going to have we are not going to get to have the presidency. So if there's any one time that the people in our area cannot take unity as a joke, it is this time going forward. That is my take. And this is generated from the fact that I also do travel a lot and talk a lot with the common people down there. They still have fears. And those fears are very deeply entrenched. And those fears can only be assuaged by people they would want to take responsibility should things go wrong. That is my stake.
Okay, sorry for that. I had network problem. I dropped off, but thank you for continuing with the debate. Peter, you're welcome. Peter, sulete uso tukuone, ama you just want to speak from behind the curtains? Peter, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, tunakusikia. Weighing on the debate on issues to do with Mother Karua being chosen or not, it's interim, or as interim spokesperson of Mount Kenya, when they are gearing towards negotiating with other political like-minded people.
Okay. My take is this. I have no problem with Karua being elected as the spokesperson. But my biggest question is this. What triggered them to say that Mother Karua should speak on behalf of them? Those who are says now it's time we have Mother Karua as our spokesperson. What triggered them to have Mother Karua as their spokesperson? That's where you are supposed to start. Is it because they could not agree? Is it because they thought she's stronger, she has more stand than the rest of the group? And again, I don't trust those people fully. I don't think they sioni kana kwamba wanamaanisha hivyo. Kuna uwezekano ya kwamba kwa muda mfupi tutaona tena wametoroka, wamemove to the other side. Unaweza ukiwaona hawa karibu wote wenye wameunga Martha Karua mkono leo akasema ndiye msemaji. All of them wametoka kwa kambi ya Ruto. Ni nini wanatuhakikishia kwamba kesho hii hawataruka kutoka kwa kambi ya Karua waende kwa kambi ya Raila? So it means kuna jambo hawajaweka wazi hapa. And that's why kwangu as a person, I don't think this is legit. We're gonna give it time tuone kama itaenda mbali. Whether it will stand the test of time, we don't know. That's my take.
Okay, you have a challenge with those who proposed her, but you haven't told us whether she's the right person or not. And then another question I have for you is, don't you think this guy have tried? See, the guys like Oka, they have been together for several months, but they have never brokered a deal to understand amongst them who is more equal than the others. We maybe in the other areas, like we have been asking for Luya unity, it takes centuries. People take tea from one hotel to another one and there is no solution. Don't you think that these guys have really tried? In a few days, they have at least, it's better to give people direction than always meet, take tea, disappear, no solution, disagree. Don't you think they have tried, these guys?
And that's why I'm saying I don't trust those guys. They have been there before. They have tried to work by themselves without Martha Karua. Why now? After wenyewe wameshindwa kuelewana on their own, ndio maana nasema hatuna uhakika kana kwamba watasupport Karua fully. Maybe wamemweka pale waone kama ataweza kuwa na mvuto. They have tried, wamejaribu kuvuta, wenyewe imeshindikana. So now tunajuaje kama kwamba wanataka waone kama Martha Karua ataweza kuvuta? Akishindwa kuvuta wamtoroke. That's where my main concern is. I don't trust those guys fully, and I've said it and I'm repeating it. I don't trust them fully. Sababu kama wangejua they are stronger enough, hawangehitaji kumweka Karua. They have been there. Yes, they have tried. Wenyewe kwa wenyewe wamekosa kuelewana. So I don't see sioni kama kuna mwangaza hapa. What I can see, naona giza mbele.
Okay. Someone Wanyawira says Martha Karua is the safe bet for those may not trust Ruto, especially those who have worked with her. She's not a pushover and will keep Ruto in check for the interest and the movers, interest of the movers and shakers. Okay, so Wanyawira thinks that is her strong attribute, that made her to be chosen. Let's see the other person. This one is called who? Mary Shiru says only retired can support Mother Karua better Wangui Kirishi 10 times. Okay. So in a lottery, you don't win a lottery that you never participated, isn't it? So those who are saying better Ngirich, did she participate in the unity? Just as in 2022, we cannot say, we cannot choose a president who was not on the ballot. So those, we can only choose among those who had offered themselves for such negotiations, or they wanted.
That was a
we can even say better Muturi because he has offered himself. You know, when somebody offers himself, you can now compare. But those who have not offered themselves to be spokesperson, we don't know why you can suggest that they are better. We don't know. Okay, you wanted to say something, Peter or Wanja?
Yes.
You want?
Yes.
Kindly speak.
I think the issue of spokesman of our region, the central region, is something that will not just happen. If you trace very well, it's not that people met somewhere and decided it was Uhuru Kenyatta. An organic way and the circumstances brought him forth above the others. If you trace back before he became popular, he was not a major factor in most parts of the Mount Kenya region. But circumstances conspired to get him where he is. And once the community came to know that there is a person they could rely on, in terms they could rely on, they accepted him as a spokesman. So my take is this. This is a starting point. It's a starting point. There are others who have wanted to front themselves. You know very well that the likes of Kabogo have been rewriting to get that position. The likes of Peter Kenneth and others. They may agree on her on the strength of the fact that she has a background, that people in the region know that she is a hand fighter. She is not bought. She is not easily bought. She can't be bought. She cannot. She stands by her principles, which is very much unlike most of our politicians who will go being given a bit of biscuits here and there, and then they sell off the people. Today, if you look at those who are very much in the media, when you go deep and ask people, they'll tell you, wachana na huyu tu, huyu ni kutafuta anajitafutia. But I'm yet to hear that statement made in the direction of Mother in terms of her political stance. Sometimes she may be even against what the community wants. She may not always go by the wave. However, what comes out strongly in her favor is that she has a stand. She has her mind. She's not manipulatable. She's not, she's not those leaders who are called to the boardroom to be given a few shillings so that they can take a certain stand. And I just made a statement that if there is one time that the community or the region really requires somebody who is firm, is this time. Because once this region has no presidency in its bag, it will require someone who cannot go and approach the executive or any other organizations within the government and be bought to keep quiet when the community is agitating for certain things. You also realize that there are things that were talked in that meeting. There is a equal representation. There is an issue of fair allocation of resources. And these issues, although some of them had been captured in BBI, you heard Mother talk about them. So it means it is not that she was against those rights that were captured in the BBI. It is the process that was not right. The community will not stop agitating for those same rights because BBI seems to be in limbo. And that will require somebody with forthright political stand, like Mother. So I'm not surprised, by the way. I'm not surprised that she's been given that position. And it is not very hard for people to start seeing her as the only person who can really fight hard for them in the region, whichever government comes to power. That I can tell you, and you can take it to the bank.
Okay. Welcome, Mala and M. Mwangi.
Thank you, Wekesa.
Yeah, Mala.
Yes, Wekesa.
While you are away,
yes,
the mountain chose Mother Karua as the spokesperson. While you are away.
That is very interesting.
Yeah, tupe maoni. Which political, in your own assessment, which political faction is pushing this thing? In your own assessment?
Okay. When I look at it, I think Urusan must be there. But first, let me say this. If you look at the moment, Uhuru Kenyatta is the kingpin of Mountain. Uhuru Kenyatta was not known in 90s. In the year 2000, he was anointed by the former President Moi as a leader of Kikuyus, but Kikuyus refused the guy, and since Kibaki was there. But again, when Kibaki took over, I think he worked very closely with Kibaki, and that is why he succeeded Kibaki and he became the kingpin. For Mother Karua, it's very interesting. It's a good. This is good for Mountain, and Mother Karua is very courageous. And I want to believe she's not going to take sides. And she's going to listen to report oranges and the wheelbarrows and those other umbrellas. So this is a good start, and this is the direction to take. And this is only for Mountain. I am very sure other regions are going to come up with similar meetings going forward.
Yeah, Mala, ni dawa gani walitumia hata sisi tutumie? Tumeimba Luya Unity for a long period. Ni dawa gani walitumia hiyo?
No, but you see,
mwarobaini yenye Moses Kuri alikuwa anasema hapa nini?
Mukobera.
Ilikuwa mwarobaini.
Mukobera.
Waaje kutumia mkombero.
Mukobero.
I think for lawyers, I think you need some wise voices. And the like of Marende, those Marende guy, I think is now outdated. I think you need some good voices to sit down and come up with a strategy on how they can unite. Western can unite, but don't expect unity with Mudavadi, with Watangula. Expect other coming leaders who will be able to unite the Western region, but not Mudavadi and Wetangula. Thank you, Wekesa.
Okay. Thank you for your contribution. Tuko na jamaa anaitwa Mwangi. Ako behind the curtains. I don't know the Mwangi I know or is a different guy. Mwangi, how are you?
Fine, thank you, Wekesa. Give me 5 minutes as I listen, as I prepare to come.
Sir, when you are ready, let me know. So,
Wekesa.
Kuna mtu ako na swali?
Yeah, it is Peter here.
Uliza.
Wekesa, yeah. Ningetaka kuuliza jambo moja. According to what I saw in the media, can you hear me, Wekesa?
Yes, proceed.
Ninataka kuuliza hivi. Mother Karua, I don't think whether I'm the one who is lost or it's the whole group, because I think according to hakutawazwa kuwa Mount Kenya spokesperson, alitawanywa kushikanisha the mountain, not as a spokesperson for the mountain as a whole. It is for the groups that are fighting. Hizo migogoro zenye zinapigania, I think hiyo ndio alichaguliwa ashikanishe. Maybe I stand to be corrected on that.
Yeah, and exactly that is what I have put on the scrolling headline. I said Mother Karua is now an interim spokesperson of. Okay, it's about the interest they are going to have. They say they will have meetings, and in those meetings, one, they said she will be the convener. And after that, she will be the spokesperson. In other words, when they convene a meeting and discuss, she will be the one giving maybe the feedback or whatever. And so they wanted some order in those meetings when they are having, including the meeting they called Limuru 3.
Okay.
So,
according.
Yes, according to?
The reason as to why I asked that is according to the way we are discussing, it's like we are discussing like she's already the real spokesperson of Mount Kenya. According to the way we are taking our discussions. That is why I said I stand to be corrected. Are we supposed to take her as the Mount Kenya, the real Mount Kenya spokesperson or the mediator? So because I think she's just been picked as a mediator to the Mount Kenya group.
It depends on how you put it. If you go to a dowry negotiation, whoever stands to mediate is the spokesperson. So it depends on which words you want to use. But in other words, when you have two groups and you are negotiating, you are negotiating on their behalf. You are speaking on their behalf. You become the spokesperson. I don't know. Maybe I think you have a different connotation of this word spokesperson. But for us, we are in the context of the political negotiations that are going on. She will be the spokesperson for interim until they decide.
I want try and get my point, please. My point is this: Mother Karua, as at now, according to what came out today, she's supposed to join the likes of Moses Kuria, Kiunjuri, the likes of Rigathi. I think that's the position has been given today. Because as what we know, we have the fighting groups. Tuna ile group ambayo iko na akina Mwangi Kiunjuri, ambayo Moses Kuria ameingia ndani.
Just listen again. Just listen.
for avoidance of doubt that this forum has today unanimously chosen the Honorable Mother Karua to be our official convener and our spokesperson. That's what I want to say.
Interim.
Yes. On interim basis.
Thank you.
Yes.
The Mount Kenya, whenever they meet, there's that feeling that maybe there's some agenda being followed.
No, it is you people who make us look like we have an ulterior agenda elsewhere. What the Honorable Mother Karua has said is what we have discussed, and this is not only for this generation, it's for generations to come. The interests of the mountain are paramount to ourselves as we think as Kenyans. So let's stop at what Mother Karua has said and take that to the world, because it's going to be here for a while.
Yes, we have other daughters and sons of the mountains that are not here. What is your message to them?
They will be coming.
The forum
it starts with a step. 1,000 miles journey starts with one step.
You have heard it from the horse's mouth.
I've heard it.
They did not
what I can say.
They did not speak only for that forum, but they are planning for even generations to come. Huh? So can you comment on that?
What I can say is that, as I said earlier, let's give it time and see whether it will stand the test of time.
Was coronated and things fell apart. So we are not saying that it is cast in stone. And that's why we have called you to give us your opinion on what you think will happen. There will be certainly come up, even elders come up and say something, and then you hear those who are not real elders, then another group of elders come, and then another group of elders. Yeah, so this is politics. We expect there will be another faction which will counter that and say, we are the right people to declare a spokesperson. Okay, so let me give Mwangi alisema bado hajaingia. Let me give there's someone 1010. How are you 1010?
I'm in a discussion.
How are you 1010?
I'm in a discussion. Yeah.
I'm in a discussion or a movie.
A discussion.
Yeah, do it.
I was invited.
Aya, 1010. Are you busy?
Yes,
I am. No, it's just general issues.
Politics.
Okay. I'm hearing background. I don't know.
Oh, okay, sir. Can you mute that guy? They are discussing their own affairs.
Yeah, they are on a movie or something. Okay, let's proceed. When he will be ready, he will catch up with us. How are you, my friend Mwangi?
Fine, thank you. Fine, thank you, Ekesa.
You are the only CNN we have from the mountain. You always tell us real-time news. Yeah, the hot news from the mountain.
I don't see it hot. I don't see it out actually. I think that is just a portion, just a very small portion of the mountain. You should not worry anybody.
Okay.
But
so
I think
the floor is yours. The floor is.
My opinion is very simple and very short and very brief. You know, among the guys who met today in Naivasha, there is no other guy you could have appointed there to be a spokesperson. Because a spokesperson needs somebody who can go on either side. He can rush to Kisumu and negotiate something, to Capitol Hill and negotiate something, and at the same time you can send him to Karen and negotiate something. So you need somebody who is like at the center, not somebody like Moses Kuria, who Moses Kuria, you cannot right now send him to negotiate anything with the bandwagon of Raila at the moment. So right now the voltage of politics is getting very high, and you need somebody who is self-centered, somebody who is somebody who got the what it takes, somebody who has the stability, who has the political stability on either side. Mother Karua has been so calm for the last 5 years, and among us the guys who are negotiating, the so-called spokesperson in quotes, he's the only person who has not been relatively, she has not been involved in very active politics for the last 5 years. So for me, it's not about that she's more deserving than the rest, only that right now, politically playing, she's the only one among us, the people who met there, who can be able to negotiate on either side. And right now they are looking on the interest of the mountain. So Muturi did not turn up. Muturi maybe could have been a better spokesperson on either side, but you see, he did not turn up. So I think Karua stands a better chance than the rest of the guys who attended, and she is very firm. It's not that she's the best. Also, looking at the acceptance of the region, Kikuyus will. I'm sorry to say this. I'm not a male chauvinist, but Kikuyus have a tendency of not accepting a lady as a kingpin. I don't know how you regard that, but yes, they won't easily accept that. So it's just a political game of a temporary game, a temporary ni mtu wa kushikilia tu, is an interim, just very very much temporal or to negotiate on what it is, kwa sababu wanataka mtu anaweza igiza either side box. You see, they want to win some things for Mount Kenya on either side, whoever wins. Like, you cannot set somebody who has been so much inclined on Ruto's side, on Raila's side, to negotiate. So they need somebody who is firm, and somebody who has been like at the not so much inclined on either side. That's why they chose Mother Karua to me. But that's my opinion. But coming to be a spokesperson, you need to have the popularity in your region, which Mother Karua lacks. She doesn't really have the massive support that we anticipate, despite that she is not hated. She's not hated in Mount Kenya, but you find that she does not subscribe a massive following on the mountainside, which is very essential to be a spokesperson. And also, to be a spokesman, you need to be like a potential kingpin. You don't just select a spokesman from nowhere. You need to be a potential kingpin. You cannot be a kingpin for the next like 10, 15 years for Kikuyu if you're a lady. I'm sorry, I'm not male chauvinist. I'm just facing it as it is. Kikuyus will tend to uplift you now, and tomorrow they will crush you like you never existed. So I think they needed to appoint somebody else, but just for the time. And as I said here before, between now and February, April, you'll see a lot of changes. So up to then, you'll find that even the guys who have appointed her as the spokesman, they will run away from her. Truth be told, when tides changes, they will run away from this lady if it doesn't work out how they are planning it to work out. That's why she is the easiest sacrifice to make from that meeting. She is the easiest person who could have been sacrificed by the circumstances at the moment, because they need to put somebody who, if anything happens against what they wish, they can easily dump that line of thought and go on to other things. She is the easiest person who has nothing to lose, because she's a person who has not been actively involved on either side. So I think that is my opinion. I know that is my opinion, but I think they were just looking for somebody who, like, if anything turns out worse, themselves won't have much to lose. Karua ataachwa hapo peke yake. Trust me, these are Kikuyus and I know them very well. Thank you.
Okay, Mangi, let me ask you. Okay, that's a brilliant contribution. But let me ask you this way. I was watching this sometime. I was watching a movie, and the lady wanted to prove that his man is trusted, cannot fall for any other lady. So he looked for another beautiful lady and gave that man. So in the process, you know, she thought that the man would not fall. But she discovered late that the man had actually fallen in love with that beautiful lady. So you are saying that they are putting Mother Karua because when things go bad, they run away from her. What if things succeed? Will they pull the meat from her mouth? You know, because it's a negotiation. Maybe he goes and she goes and does it well. They didn't expect it to happen, but she does it very well, and the momentum is okay. Let me just be go straight to the point. Mother Karua goes to negotiate with Ruto, and then the negotiation goes through, and even Ruto likes her and says, "Now I pick her as my running mate." The other guys who fronted her just to dilly-dally, how will they see they wataachwa kwa mataa?
Hawataachwa kwa mataa because they'll have won. They'll have won equally because they have what they have tabled. So for Mother Karua to win on the Ruto side, she has to table what these guys are negotiating on. So for her to be accepted by these guys, or for rather the conversation to go through, if it succeeds, the best she can win is a running mate for Ruto, which is most unlikely. Which is most unlikely at the Kenyan setting. So right now. But the best that she can win is that, and if she wins that, she'll have won for these guys already, because they'll have negotiated the 40% they are talking about. They will have negotiated all other stuff of things that they are negotiating about. So it's a win-win side for these guys, but it's a one-win for Karua. She should be very careful for these guys. Very, very careful. There are people who have proved, actually, the bandwagon that she's working with is a bandwagon that have proved not to be consistent with politics for the last 5 years. You know, you can tell, like somebody who just, like Moses Kuria, to be honest, he has been talking the truth until most recently when she started like now making demands, which I'm not for. I've been for him, but I'm not for what he is making of late. You know, there are certain things we are trying to get out of, and he's the same person who is trying to get us back to those kind of things. So for me, things may work out for Karua, things may not work for her. But if they work out for her, they'll have worked out for these other guys as well.
Okay. Personally, do you endorse her?
Personally, I'm open to hear what she has to offer. I think she has proven to be a good leader, despite that she got a taint on her image, especially in the 207 thing. And also, but she is firm. But personally, I'm open to see what she can offer. I don't take. I'm not the kind of person who dismisses a person at the first instance. You got to prove that this person she's capable of what she's being offered to table. And if she proves herself well, we are open to listen to her. And I'm not against her at the moment. So she should prove to us as a community that we can really trust her to be a person who can be at the forefront of being one of a potential running mate.
Okay, thank you so much for your substantive contribution. James Wahome.
Yes.
Anything to condensate? Ama amesema yote iko sawa.
What I can say is this. You must first understand why this group has come together. You are very much aware that the deputy president's party said that they are not going to accept anybody from the areas that they think they have support to stand on any other party except UNDA. This is one of the things that has made Kiojori and Kuria to rebel. And therefore, basically what it is that There is a feeling within the mountain that political parties actually are used as bargaining chip by the communities that originate them. ODM is basically Luo. Wiper is basically Kamba. ANC is basically Luya. And therefore, there is a feeling that has started seeping in the community that now that the Mlima haitakuwa na president, if there is any one time they need to have a political movement of their own, is this time, so that they can be able to confront and they cannot be taken for granted. They cannot be shunted aside like the way the deputy has been shunted around. That feeling is starting to seep slowly. And that is why I'm warning those who think that the excitement you are seeing around our region about UDA will rust. Because there is a feeling that political parties are actually vehicles through which you negotiate. And when you get into somebody's house, he can treat you the way he wants. He can chase you away anytime. So based on that principle, the rights of Kyunjuri, that is the kind of political philosophy that is going deep into the villages right now. And that is why it is very, very dangerous to start talking of people who have bagged in the community. Because as I told you before, this is a community that suffered trauma for 24 years. They know the power play. You are here today, you are there tomorrow. You are friends today, you are enemies tomorrow. And now that this community is not, or things as they seem, is not going to have the presidency, if there's any one time that the community is going to be conscious, and particularly its leadership, about the future, about the solidarity, about how to fight for their space in the political arena, it is this time. I will say this. UDA has done well so far, but it is those events that happen in politics before the realization and before people understand the future. You are aware that this is a community that has been having political parties for a very long time. There is PNU, which is still there, although weakened. There is DP, Democratic Party, and others. So what has happened today, there are those who know that Kalonzo and Wiper, the Kambas have political space and they cannot be ignored because of the political party that they have and because they have numbers, at least 23. So if you want to pass anything, you must talk to them. And this is what is going to play going forward. Na ndio ulisikia mzee amesema ukiona simba amenyeshewa usidhani ni paka. I think it would be naive for anybody to quickly conclude that things are settled in the mountain. This is a community that makes its decision in the last 3 months to the elections. I rest my case.
Okay.
Maybe we can suggest
a long way to go. Now you tell us that the mountain makes decisions the last 3 months, so we are yet to see more political transparency. Huh?
Exactly.
Dennis, what do you want to say, Dennis?
Okay, there is this a point of correction that people always say that DP Ruto said he don't want to any alliance or any other political parties apart from UDA. last week SG was in one of local station. Now, she said that UDA is less than a year since when it was formed. And now, if you become soft and you allow each and every people to form their own party, kila mtu atatoka kwa hiyo nini, waanza kuform small party, they should first remain strong. Wakatae hiyo spirit ya kuform small party. First of all, they concentrate on the formation of UDA. Then when the UDA will be a very big party, they can easily negotiate with other party. Because right now, in the same case with the ODM, if Raila Odinga allow each and every person to form his party ili alafu warudi wa form coalition, like what I think Kigi was doing to form I think a party called DIPA, kila mtu Joho atatoka a form party yake wakuja coalition. If like people like DP allow such people, hata Kimani atatoka aende form small party, aanza kuzunguka nchi and then aseme anataka coalition. Sure, I support the DP to remain firm for now that he don't want to have any formation of either small parties. And then I have also followed the issue of Mother Karua. Ukiangalia Mother Karua in simple way, one, if she will be given that position like deputy president, Mother Karua hawezi vumilia pressure yoyote. She will resign early in the morning. She will resign. I think even I saw her somewhere in Moi meeting, alitoka na bag yake akaenda. She cannot tolerate any pressure. And we need somebody mwenye anaweza vumilia, mwenye anaweza toboa hiyo kiti up to the end like our DP what he has done. So hii hasira yake kidogo kidogo hawezi enda mahali, na yeye anaongozwa mostly na hasira zake. Remember, hata wakati alishindwa uchaguzi alienda Supreme Court na bado haku agree na Maraga, ni venye hakukuwa koti ingine. So I don't believe on Mother Karua leadership.
Okay, Wekesa, if I may add on that.
Okay.
I think
Go on.
I think well, Mother Karua is capable of sustaining pressure. She's actually among the lady leaders that we got in the country. She's one of the greatest. Like we got actually, if there's somebody who a firmness, she is one. However, me as much as I'm concerned, whether she becomes the Mount Kenya spokesman or not, I'm not liking it the way we are doing, because as much as I support Ruto for presidency, I don't support a Kikuyu deputy president at the moment. Me, I just want a change. Like, yes, I endorse Ruto at the moment because no one else has convinced me to be a better candidate than him. And however, I want a change. I want somebody else. Why can't you speak with your guy Mudavadi and he deputize Ruto? We win this thing by 7 a.m. in the morning. I don't want like the way Mount Kenya forming like they must be part of it. It's not like we must be part of it. And this is how we have to get out of this kind of politics. We don't have to be part of this stuff. Can we get aside of can we me I endorse Ruto at the moment, but can we get somebody else away from Mount Kenya? Can we get like a Mudavadi kind of somebody who is an economist, somebody who is a complement of Ruto? Ruto we know is a dangerous guy in terms of temperament, but can we have somebody who is more calm like Mudavadi being the deputy president? Can we have such kind of a combination and we just call it a day? That's what I mean. This Mount Kenya effect is boring as much as I'm part of it, but I think it reaches a point whereby we have to live for others as well. We have to bring a change on the table. it's true we know what Moyera did to Central. Actually, we did not have a complete tarmac road by the time Moi was leaving. Even the Nyeri road ilikuwa inafika Sagana. Kibaki ndiye amekuja akaimalizia. But you know what? We need some different. We know Mudavadi is a good economist, but he lacks the presidential confidence. What if we have a president and him deputize? I mean, this Mount Kenya effect needs to get away. We don't need to be talking about Kenya every day. Me, I endorse Ruto, but I need something different. I need away from Mount Kenya, to be honest. But I endorse Ruto for president. So this Mother Karua thing, to me, is just a by the way. And by the way, Mount Kenya are not confident right now because they don't have a leader. Hata wamechanganyikiwa tu venye unaona ODM wamechanganyikiwa. They don't have somebody wenye wanasema this guy is our guy now. They are confused because their kingpin is gone. Their kingpin is no longer supporting their ideologies. So they don't know what to do next. So they are trying to look now what they are settling for. They are settling for Mother Karua. Manze, can we have something different away from Mount Kenya? As much as I don't, and whether I endorse not, this Mother Karua effect to me is nothing. Whether she becomes the spokeswoman or whatever, to me the effect of it politically is minimal. I really want a change, and me, I chose Ruto, but I really need a deputy who is progressive economist like Mudavadi. We know Mudavadi, but Mudavadi shida yake hana confidence. Thank you, Ekes.
Okay, umesikia Mudavadi hana confidence, but he can make a good deputy, isn't it?
I think that is very
They also challenge, I think people are running away from. Since we have had a stalemate between the president and the deputy, I think when they will be choosing their deputy, they will be very careful in terms of the demeanor. Somebody maybe who is not abrasive because they don't want to have another two centers of power. So going forward, the way Mwangi is saying, people like Kina Mudavadi, Kina Kalonzo can make good deputy president.
May I say something?
Who is that? Wahome?
Yes, may I say something?
Proceed.
I think, although what the last speaker said, it is an ideal situation. Let me tell you, if Ruto does not pick a deputy from Mount Kenya, I can assure you he will remain with supporters, yes, but a huge part will go away. You notice that this is a community that has been told that they have so many votes, and therefore those votes cannot count for nothing. So I don't know what he is talking about, because Ruto has already committed to pick a Kikuyu as a deputy. The others Wanjisot. In other words, that's what it means. And therefore, I find it condescending for him to dismiss Mudavadi as a person lacking confidence. I don't know what confidence he's talking about. In fact, I can tell you this. Apart from all the others that are vying for that seat, Mudavadi is one fellow who would quickly be accepted in the mountain if he is well, introduced and has strong people around him from the mountain. And therefore, it is ideal to talk about having a president and a deputy from other communities in exclusion of the Kikuyu. They will not accept. They are people who they will not accept. Let me just say that. They will not. They will not. And if he wants to start having problems, let him make an indication of that kind. The Kikuyus will have to have the deputy president if he is going to get a good chunk of votes. It's as simple as that. It is that rough, and there is nothing. And in fact, I can tell you this: have you heard the likes of Kabogo? They say they have no apologies to make. It is a zero-sum game. Take it, leave it. That's it.
Okay, well, I am in agreement.
Before anybody else, let me give Victor. Victor, can you make your contribution? I think you have been waiting for a long time.
Let me. Are you getting me? Are you hearing me?
We hear you. Proceed.
I would like to reiterate on what Wahoma said about the 2022 matrix, political matrix. It appeared to be complicated on both sides, on both Ruto and Raila Odinga, because those are the main contenders for the presidency. As per now, I think, unless a new dynamic emerges. For instance, we say that if Ruto would pick a running mate from Central Kenya, a majority of the people won't vote for him. That is very true. According to the voting culture and the pattern of the Kikuyus, they like voting a person of their own. That is very true. And also, if the combination of Ruto, Mudavadi will come into play, it will give you an added advantage of winning the presidency. That's also I am in agreement. But now there is this dynamics for turning to the topic of today is that that do you endorse Martha Karua as a spokesperson for Mount Kenya? For me, I have no problem with Martha Karua because I haven't had her being involved on corruption scandals. She's a woman of integrity. She means what she says. She stands for what she believes in. So those are some of the attributes, desirable attributes, which make me to believe that Martha Karua, she's a darling lady from Mount Kenya. And she's raising at this time, if she has overtaken at the moment, we have two strong women from Mount Kenya. That is Anne Waiguru, Martha Karua. And according to what I have heard from what people say, you see, sometimes we do some analysis, opinions, that Martha Karua is highly acceptable. Highly acceptable even from the ground at the moment. People endorse her for the deputy, and people are saying whoever picks her as a running mate might get an added advantage of moving forward. So I have no problem with Martha Karua. Even in the Moise era, she was given a docket, and a docket of I think it was Ministry of Water, and she executed her mandate very well. We never heard of the scandal. I think the Martha Karua and the Musalia Mudavadi, they have some common attributes. In terms of integrity, they are very people who have a high level of integrity. We haven't been heard of. I have to dispute some
207, 208.
Yes, 207, 208. She was in our forefront for fighting Kibaki's re-election. You remember very well. And they managed to stand firm to the end until the presidency was retained. I won't agree with when we are doing considering the person who suits presidency. We'll consider such attribute as a confidentiality. I have no doubt that Mudavadi lacks confidence. I will say that's a lie. Maybe he doesn't have the spirit of doing campaigns like Raila and Ruto. That's the only difference. But in terms of delivering to the people, I have no doubt that Musalia Mudavadi will deliver. I have no doubt. So we won't consider that maybe say that people say Musalia Mudavadi is a coward, and that they say the reason is that because when during the mockery swearing in of Raila Amolo Odinga, he went into hiding. So people also haven't associated Mudavadi with that. So we don't consider those. That's where we go wrong as voters. This guy.
So my friend, my friend, are you are you confirming?
Sorry. So you are someone who was trying to
proceed. I've intervened.
So we will go. We will, if we consider those kind of character attributes, we will take into consideration when you are selecting our leaders. Then we are wrong. That someone is someone who went into a hiding. We consider historical events, but a person who can deliver is a person who can deliver.
Yeah, Victor, wacha nikuulize swali.
Yes.
Hii hesabu ya Mount Kenya unaiona vile nakuja ama uioni? Let me ask you this way, yeah?
Yes.
We have seen Peter Kenneth brought into the scene anarudishwa nyuma. I've seen kina Jeremiah Kioni, they come into the scene, they backtrack. Now we have here Martha Karua leading the team.
Yes.
Do you think when we are using many people, my question will be, is Uhuru still a spokesperson behind the scene? Such that is using many people to approach the same thing, unless instead of building one person. Does he want to be a spokesperson beyond 2022? Let me ask it that way.
As for now, honestly, you couldn't tell, because up to now the presidency has been very quiet, has been very quiet in terms of making any serious announcement. So we can't predict, because for now, and again, we can't undermine the presidency again his impact in terms of 2022 politics. We can't undermine. So we can't wish away the president, because he's the president, he's the commander-in-chief until he hand over the mantle for the next government. So we can't wish away the president's impact. Of course, it is true that the president.
I think the question I'm asking, you see, when Kibaki was retiring,
yes,
we quickly knew that the mantle for Mount Kenya was shifting to Uhuru.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was even made categorical that it will be him.
Yes.
So there was no that confusion. But right now the confusion is coming where you see someone like Peter Kenneth popping up, somebody like Kiunjuri popping up, somebody like Karua popping up, somebody like Kuria popping up, and there's no clear direction. And maybe it's made in such a way that nobody claims to be the spokesperson, so that you maintain status quo. So when you maintain status quo, it means whoever was the spokesperson continues to enjoy. He can only delegate. That's why Mother Karua can appear and then speak and then disappear. Kenneth can appear and then disappear. Are we pulling the strings from behind?
To answer your question, as per now, I think this is the kind of election where we are going to have a lot of many surprises or prediction which will go against to our wish. For instance, as a result of Mount Kenya not having a leader, at the moment they are feeling like they are orphans because the president is retiring and he hasn't left behind a person who can really take over from him as a result of Mount Kenya politics is concerned. That's why we see this emerging political aspirants where we're doing what we call try and error methods. What's happening now in the Mount Kenya region is try and error methods. We try, if we win, we proceed with this spirit. We try this thing if we fail. So that's why we are having that confusion.
Can I chip in?
Yes, you can say, you can talk.
I would want to look at it differently. You see, when you are having a transition in leadership in a community where you don't vote, you bring forth people, you listen to the community. If the person does not attract the kind of charisma and acceptance, it goes through, another one comes in, and that's why I'm saying the leadership in this community actually develops organically.
Yes.
In the sense that there is no voting that will be done. There is no boardroom. And even if that will be done, the pronouncement will be done. It will be done after the surety that the person is being accepted strongly on the ground. All what is happening is not a mistake. It is actually a well choreographed, activity that started several years ago. Maybe you do not know that there is the Kikuyu Council of Elders. They meet, they talk these things. They actually have a list of people that they see can be of, can take over such position. But of course, they cannot come and say it is so and so. It has to be cultivated from below. So what you have been seeing in this community is not a mistake. It is not something that is out of the blues. No, this is a well-calculated, process that
I want to ask you a question. Since we gained independence, even if some of us were not there, these political events, dynamics, which is happening to Kenya, I don't think it has never happened before. We have been having big political big week, like from Mount Kenya. We have been having like the likes of Kenneth Matiba, the likes of Kibaki. We had Kenyatta, you see. But for now, the president, that is the Uhuru Kenyatta, they know there's no person as per now who has reached the level of the caliber of the Uhuru Kenyatta. That's
okay.
the challenge.
Okay, let me disabuse you of something I've heard you say. Okay,
yes.
Who then will you say was the kingpin of this community in the 24 years that Moi was in power?
We had Kenneth Matiba.
No, you are wrong.
We had Moi Kibaki.
Moi Kibaki was accepted.
We had Moi Kibaki and actually Moi Kibaki it's like that was happening. And
just wait.
We had the western side. We had Gavadi and Moses Watangula. It's the same gameplay.
Can I respond?
Yes, you can respond.
It is it is a process that takes time. Yes. Kibaki was highly respected across the region. Okay, yes. But when you trace very well, there were contests about that position, and that is why when it came to political contest in 1992, you found that Matiba ran away with a chunk of the region.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So during such time, there were like two people who the community looked upon. Okay.
Yes.
The likes of Kamodo were seen as just linkages to the government, although they were not highly rated.
The main people were Kibaki and Matiba.
Matiba came much later. That's a fact. He came much later because of what happened, that he was able to come out strongly and say, no, we must go multi-party. Otherwise, there before, the silent acceptance was that Kibaki was the guardian of the community. Okay? But he was challenged to it in 1992 when Matiba came out strongly and went ahead of him and pronounced that the community has suffered enough and we should take a different direction. So, and that is the contestation that you saw in 1992.
Yes.
It was both for community leadership and national leadership. Yes. Okay, coming forth now after Kibaki finally won, because he won through actually his cleverness and the fact that
education level.
Okay, all that. He was able to be patient and to know which buttons to touch here and there.
Yes.
And the other man burnt out. He burnt out and visioned out. So when he came in, he was undisputed. Fine?
Yes.
He was undisputed. Then as he was going away, you remember very well, whatever unfortunate situation happened in Rift Valley is actually the strongest introduction that brought in Uhuru as a leader of this community.
Yes.
And it was sanctioned by somebody called John Michuki. He stood on a platform somewhere in Muranga and he said, whoever wants and loves this community must talk to this young man. He is the person we'll be listening to, and he is the one to talk with others on our behalf. If you don't come through him, you are our enemy, and we will fight you. You remember that?
Yes. So I can't remember very well, but I couldn't.
No. You can go to the YouTube. You will find it there. So what I am saying in short is this. What is happening right now in our community is not unique. It's not unique at all. In fact, you'll be very surprised by the fact that Karua today has been able to win the different forces that are there. Kaboko is not a very weak person.
Yes.
You know that he's a fighter, and he's been wanting that seat strongly.
Yes.
Moses is a joker.
Moses is a joker.
He's a joker. He can't go. He can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. The other person who is
Pahome.
Yes.
Pahome and Sweat.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted Dennis. What was your comment? I see Dennis complaining that I'm biased. Some people I'm giving.
Sorry.
But I've been giving them all of them time until they finish their point. I don't know. Dennis, I've been giving you enough time to finish your point. So if you have finished your point, you go, because we are very few here. That's why I'm just giving people.
I was just about to finish.
If you have a point, just raise up your hand. I give you time. You can speak as much as you want, because we are not many.
I was about to finish, eh? So what has been happening?
I'm addressing Dennis. I'm saying,
okay.
Don't feel that I've neglected you. If you want to speak, I will give you, even if it's 10 minutes. There are very few people there. So don't feel I'm favoring. Actually, if you have 10 points, I will give you all the time to finish your 10 points.
Can I finish?
Let's have Victor finish, and then we give Dennis, and then we can come back to Ahome.
I would like to. I can't for now. I can't predict what will be the end game for the Mount Kenya. What is the fate for Mount Kenya? For instance, we have Martha Karua. We have now we have Jimmy Wanjigi. Why are you laughing?
It's a joker.
We have this guy Muturi.
Wahome.
Yes.
Muturi.
Yeah, let him finish. After he finish,
okay.
Let Dennis go, and then you go in. I'm coming in 10 minutes. So
we have Matakarwa, is a serious guy. We have Muturi. We have the other guy Mwangi Kiunjuri. We don't know what will be the end game for the four guys. The truth of the matter is that the political dynamics which is happening from Mount Kenya is that what they are saying is the condition, if someone is not giving us a running mate, expect to have a surprise. So that one is what the people are saying. It's not what I just an honest interview I have done to people who have been supporting the DP, and they are saying now I will support the DP. I have love for our DP, but for now, since our culture is that we love to vote a person who come from our region, we won't have the energy to wake up to go and vote if we don't have a person of our own. Okay, so we expect if there's no running mate, low vote turnout will be expected. That's the dynamics, and the person who will not select the running mate expected to be frustrated again. So Mount Kenya politics, as far as the Martha Karua event is happening, that's what I can say. And unless you have a question to ask me or to challenge me.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
But for somebody called Wahome.
Yes. You ask a question?
Yes.
Ask.
What is your take on coronation of Muturi? Because that time we had Muturi is a spokesperson, and what is your take on?
You want my sincere?
Justin Muturi as
my very sincere observation. I come very close to that area. Muturi is a featherweight. maybe for now, is not what I would call a political giant. However, these people are made, and the air can be pumped into them, and they become giants over a short time. But as far as I am aware, he's not such a he's not such a giant, and such people can only grow by being supported and being given that oomph by the likes of Kiraito Moronge, the likes of Munya, if he accepts him, and the likes of those people who have a say in that region. Otherwise, as a person, no, he's not such a force. Although we cannot also rule out the sentiments of the last speaker, that people naturally gravitate towards a person coming from their region. And you cannot imagine what excitement that brings to that region, which for some time now has been feeling like they have supported their cousins for such a long time. And that maybe it is time, it's a payback time. So anything is possible. But as a political giant, no. Is that enough for you?
And it's okay. Personally, I believe Mother Karua can be can be a serious, not a candidate, a serious person, but not a candidate. And to make matter worse, she's hanging around with some political rejects, whom even they will not be elected coming next election by 2022. I don't see the position of Akina Kiwich. I said
yes.
Mother Karua is a serious, but not a serious person, but not a politician. A serious politician. The problem, and also to make matter worse, she's hanging around with some political rejects, who even they will not be elected come 2022.
Like who?
Can you verify those political rejects?
Who are they?
Yes, like I'm sure people like Akina Kijoli will not be elected in my county, which is like Kipia.
Okay. Huh? Okay.
They will even not see the light of the ballot. They will, yes, they can compete, but they will not win. Huh? I think the kind of people she's hanging around, watamtupa very far. And what I said that somebody said that Mother Karua can only be used as a derrida in a court to negotiate with the people like Akina Raila and Ruto, where hakuna mtu mwingine in that position, but the likes of him being either a deputy or a spokesperson or a spokesman, that's not is not possible.
Why?
Let me ask you a question.
But
yes.
I would also want to ask you a question.
What will you say if Ruto picks Martha Karua as a running mate? What will be the expectation, or what game changer will come out from that combination?
I'll definitely declare a failure for Ruto, and I don't see how. I don't see how Karua will attract voters from the mountain to vote for Ruto. If even in her own country.
Can I ask?
No, listen. Even
Can I
even
ask?
even in her own county, she was not elected.
Can
She
I
lost.
can I can I
She's an
tell you something?
outsider, crying from outside. So what is who? Okay, tunataka even a spokesperson mwenye ameelectiwa sahi yako in government. No, you are outside the government. You are rejected, even the smallest county. Now you are arguing or you are speaking to mountain. Huh? I
Let me
think
ask you a question.
a third of the country.
Okay, Wahome, just hold on. I'm challenging him a little bit. If right now, be honest, Martha Karua here and Waiguru here, a political context in Kirinyaga happens, who will win? And in an honest way.
And Waiguru will shine.
Wahome, are you in agreement?
No, those are my neighbors. Mother is headed back to the political arena. I can tell you that for a fact. And beyond that, I would want this friend of ours to know that the people in this region have. That's why I'm telling you to use the word rejects very, very sparingly. There has been a talk for some time now that some of those you see around hobnobbing with the DP were actually a product of, party nominations. They were given tickets in an unfair manner. So I think it is important to also note that one very clearly. Objectively, I think my friend has a very personal problem with I have no. I think he has a very personal, very personal problem with our Iron Rende. I don't know where. Sijui kama ni chai alikataa kumnunulia ama ni nini. Otherwise, what I know is this. What I know is this, and this is what it is. You see somebody called Peter Munya.
Yes.
Fold one of your fingers, Peter Munya.
Yes.
Peter Kenneth.
Yes.
Martha Karua.
Yes. And
William Kabogo.
Yes.
Those are the people, the four people, and to a distant possibility there in the past, Kionjori.
Yes.
Those are the five people who seem to have generated a certain level of acceptance.
Yes.
Some are withering, of course, right now.
Yes.
But they seem to be the people, one of them, and going forward, the persons that I've mentioned, you'll be very surprised. Going forward, the so-called kingpin will come among those five. The others are jokers. They are just town, tea takers, and they have nothing really on the ground to boast about. My friend, I think you need to see Mother for a tete-a-tete and sort out a personal issue that I see like you have.
But Pahome, the problem, what I can see from you, you have grabbed all the shenanigans kind of politics that are sold by Kieleweke in the town.
Why did you say so?
And no. Telling us about the issue of people like Akina Peter Kenneth, surely. Who is Peter Kenneth in the first time? We can even look the history. Even he vied for governor in Nairobi. Which position was he? You are just relying on political reject. If you say people like Kabogo, that is a man. That can be the man, can you argue? But arguing with the point that Peter Kenneth is
Ruben,
don't underrate PK. Don't
Ruben, you
underrate
need to
PK.
do a lot of homework in political history. Let's begin by the current president, who is Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta was picked from home. He was a businessman. They told Mark Todd to step down. Mark Todd stepped down as a nominated MP. Uhuru was brought in. After Uhuru was brought in, he was given a ministry of local government. And then that is how things started unfolding. So when you talk about political rejects, you don't know how the makers of kings in this nation do things. In fact, they bring somebody from nowhere and thrust him into the politics and ensure that he is there. So it depends on the political interests. Most of these people like Kimna Mudavati, you guys are saying is easily acceptable. Mudavati was picked from school. He was in school and when his father died, he was picked from school and come and run. So you need to look at the political history of these people and tell us exactly. Only a few of them thrust themselves into the limelight. Others were brought in and they were ensured that they are at the center. They were supported, guarded. So it depends on the political interest. If there are people in Central who think that Peter Kenneth can preserve their political interest, wewe sema ni political reject, atawekwa katikati hapo and they ensure he's thriving. If there are people who are seeing that Martha Karua can preserve our political interests, atawekwa tu hapo katikati and they will ensure she gains traction. So politics are done in boardroom. Sometimes when people come here and manifest, Uhuru never had any popularity. I remember when he came in our site, it was 2002 when he came to Western. I could look like this young man. He looked so confused. But again, the system had chosen him that he needs to be the one inheriting the seat from the president. There were heavyweights like Kina George Saitot. Nobody could look at them. Heavyweights like Kina Kalonzo, who had held ministries of finance and whatever. Heavyweights like Kina Mudavati. Heavyweights like Kina Raila, who had folded their own parties and come in Kanu and marched. But they were not being considered. So I think you also need to look at the political mathematics that is going on and ask yourself. And I said it's not only in Kenya. Look at in US. US, when everybody was thinking like Bernie Sanders was a revolutionist and is coming. But you see, the system favored more of Joe Biden than Bernie Sanders. As much as Bernie Sanders was more popular among even the young voters and whatever. So that is how politics is done, and you need to compare so many factors. So to me, if I'm analyzing the event that happened today, I need to ask myself why, kwa nini kina Kariuki, there was in Kiunjuri, there was Kaboko, and there was Moses Kuria. Why did they stay back and allow mother to come forth? So that you deeply analyze what is happening, instead of just dismissing people that are political rejects. My friend, there is nobody called political rejects. If you defeat me by 500 votes, you only are popular by 500 votes. I'm not rejected. You are just hate and edge over me. And there is no, the votes are not cast in stone. If you defeated me 2017 with 500 votes, I might be popular today with even 4,000 votes than you, because there are people who gave you opportunity to perform and maybe you have not performed. So the ground is changing. Maybe those who are already in the seat are going home, and those who are home, they are coming back. So wachana na hiyo kitu inaitwa at political rejects. There's nobody who is called political reject. I think, yeah. Yes,
I think I agree with you entirely. And
yeah.
one of the things maybe our friend may not understand is that there are people called the capital holders. These people are ruthless in the pursuit of their interests, and they will configure the politics the way they want. That is why you cannot simply dismiss someone. They will pump you with all manner of enablers to get you to the position that they want you to be. And that's it. That's the way it is. That's the way the game of politics is framed.
Wekesa and Wahome, I disagree with you all. And in the next 3-4 months, we'll come here to look the value which Mother Karua will have added in any political matrix. No value, valueless. I disagree.
Oh, okay, you have a right to. Okay, I want Themba to come in. Themba, you can weigh in the topic, or you can also weigh in what we have just commended before maybe you go to the topic itself.
Okay. Good evening, good morning, good night, wherever you are. I want to start by first of all appreciating that it is a political time, and there's lots and lots of political movements that are happening. So I know, of course, analytically we can look at it from different angles, and all of us may seem to get certain things in a certain way, which I think is okay. I want to weigh into the topic for today, the Martha Karua's role as the Mount Kenya spokesperson. For me, I'm interested more into what was not said as opposed to what was said. I want to look at it from the perspective of those who are absent from that particular, agreement. Number one, we saw Kiunjuri, we saw Kabogo, we saw Martha Karua, coming up and appointing her as a spokesperson. Now, what do we know about Kiunjuri, Kabogo, Kuria? Kiunjuri, Kabogo. Remember the last election, Kabogo claimed that he was aged out, so that a chance could be created for Baba Yao. So he has that kind of sense of bitterness still with him. Kuria is coming from the background of having differed real badly with the UDA, in a sense of issues of forming parties. TSP is also coming from that environment. So the sense that their unity is based on some common understanding that UDA presidential candidate is trying to make them fold up their parties. So that is what is uniting them. So if they were united before that, I would say that there's something coming out of that. But that is what is uniting them as at now. Now, on the other angle, there's the UDA Mount Kenya kingpins. Gachagua, Ishungwa, that group, they control, according to them, the UDA Mount Kenya. So they were not in the meeting. They did not endorse. They did not endorse Martha Karua as a spokesperson for Mount Kenya. So that is also need to be looked at keenly What does it portend to them? Now, there's also another angle of politicians who are also key in Mount Kenya and who are also absent. Kanini Kega, Wambogo, Nyoro, the Kiambu, governor, they were not there, So who are these endorsing Martha Karua as spokesperson for Mount Kenya Caucus? But what they say, these people will be coming. It's a political competition. Why would they be coming? So those are the questions. For me, I think it's too much smoke. I mean, it's too much drama, and it's just trying to create relevance in the absence of some very key. I don't see any strong thing that is linking them together. Because being a political competition, everybody is trying to look for themselves to be grounded, and it is going to cause some problems, because if these people are coming in, that means Kabogo may want to go back to Kiambu. And over the weekend, Babayao was introduced by the DP in Kiambu, and obviously that may cause another drama if they are going to bring their person there. Waiguru is tilting between them. She doesn't know where to be, to whether she goes to UDA, there's Ngirishi. Over the weekend, Ngirishi told them that if they are able to unite and, split, fund their own party and come with one party, then she's going to join them. So it's some kind of unity because we don't like that we have been told to fold our parties, not unity because we really know what we are looking for. And for me, that I find as rather a loose reason to be together, and I don't think it will remain in for long, because sooner or later they'll realize that by the way, we didn't have anything that was serious, because there's still internal competition. Each one of them still wants their members. They want to strengthen their parties. So when they go to a place and everybody is yearning for their own party, what is likely to happen? So as a Mount Kenya Caucus spokesperson, I don't know how wide the reach will be. It's going to be interesting scenario. Is Martha Karua, is she going to be considered as a running mate? With the constitution as it is right now, I don't think anyone would want to pick a Martha Karua as a running mate, because Martha Karua has a key strength which sometimes can be used against her. Martha Karua is likely to behave like Ruto if she becomes if she becomes a deputy president and she disagrees with the president, whoever will pick her, she's likely to be the Ruto that we see right now. I remember there was a time Martha Karua walked off Moi function because she didn't agree with what the president said then. So if we have the constitution as it is right now, most of the presidential candidates would be, and you remember there was a time during, I think 2007 election, where Martha Karua stood very strong for the PNU side until there was a newspaper headline saying she was the only the only man standing on the PNU side. So with such a kind of a personality, I don't think someone would want such a personality as a deputy president with the constitution as it is, and with reference to the behavior of our current deputy president. So that one I don't think would be a card someone would want to go with. It will be a great gamble. Other than that, I think on the whole issue of Martha Karua, the Mount Kenya spokesperson, I will want to see the potency of it and how wide reach it will be. Those are my comments for now.
Thereby you are right.
Okay, so Ndemba, let me ask you. So
Yes.
do you think there is a big force behind her? Or they are just themselves trying to behave big?
I don't think there's a big force behind her because number one, Martha Karua was, if you remember during the BBI things, she seemed to have tilted off the system when she was now coalescing around those people who are not supporting the BBI. All right. So she tried to revive. I'm thinking in my own mind. I have a feeling that she's trying to revive her political potency through that process. You know, I'm aware maybe now Kenya have some MPs, but I think she's just simply trying to revive her political potency beyond next year, 2022, and that is a great journey, for a great opportunity for her. She thought the BBI, if it would have gone to the referendum, it would have been also her. Most politicians who are fairly not doing so well tried to go against BBI to revive their political, lifeline, to get a political lifeline. So I think she was also trying to do that, and she fought against it strongly, which is also, something to note. Now, even she's coalescing around those people who, first of all, were not in agreement. I mean, Kiunjuri disagreed with the system, the same thing that happened to Kiunjuri disagreed with the system. Kuria was on the other side, So I don't think key system fellows would be interested in a Martha Karua being a spokesperson, all right? But they're trying to create their value within that particular, confusion. I think so.
Okay. I overheard that there was a caucus in the big office, and one of the tasks was to the parliamentary group was to go and look for other people of like-minded.
No, I'm just about to sign out.
So could it be that they want to coalesce and have numbers? The second thing I wanted to ask you is maybe, okay, it is Mount Kenya is acting also like it's also in fear. So maybe at this point they need somebody who can do a hard bargain. They know very well that the president is not very good in bargaining. And it's informed by even the cabinet slots they had with the deputy president. Now, if they have to negotiate either side of the deputy president or the prime minister, maybe they need somebody who can do a hard negotiation. It does not necessarily mean that the negotiator will be the next running mate or the deputy president of whoever is negotiating with, but they just want somebody to negotiate on behalf of the community. Could it be one of the reasons why they have chosen her? Because I'm asking myself now, if the people like Kina Kuria were in the room, Kina Kaboko were in the room, Kiunjuri were in the room, so why did they have to settle on Mother Karua? Then again, we cannot dismiss her because she was against the system, that the system cannot work with her. In fact, when you look at 2005, not 2005, 2010, when Ruto and team opposed to their constitution, actually after that, the people in the years who were interested in the presidency saw some potential in him, and then they went for. So sometimes the system, you can disagree with the system, but it looks at your potential. Then it comes and by your strength. So we may not exactly know whether it's anti-system or are they on their own. Okay.
I think
let me just mention something. I'll let you go in, James. What I would be more associating her with the system if I would have seen her around Kanini Kega, Wambogo, those kind of people. But the kind of people she's hanging around with, because we kind of seem to tell who you are by the people you hang around with. So the people she's hanging around with at the moment are not, in my view, so much pro-system, right? So that would be something that I would want to learn and get to know how it goes.
But
Number two,
wait a minute.
Number two.
Before you go to number two, wait a minute. The genesis of all that meeting was Kanini Keka. They are the guys who brought them together until the first meeting, actually, they were the conveners. Kanini Keka, kina huyu mwingine anaitwa Cheke, Sabina Cheke. They were the conveners who brought those guys together. And then Moses Kuria was missing. So they said in the next meeting, they will ensure Moses Kuria is in. So can you see there is a progress? Okay. I'm just trying to tie the knots.
I was commenting on today specifically. Now, secondly, is if you look at Martha Karua, there's not yet, as at right now, the key bigwigs of the Mount Kenya have not yet come to meet and said, okay, it's Martha Karua. It was just a simple small caucus. So I doubt there's a hand of the system pushing for her to be the key. Most likely, I was not. Because nobody was privy to what went on in there. Most likely, they settled on Martha Karua, because Martha Karua, I know, can stand her ground and even say that as the only lady in this forum, you can give me the opportunity, and I mean she can have her way when she needs it. Because if you mention the men who are there, Kabogo, and you're talking about Kiunjuri, you're talking about Kuria, and that the men who are there. So it was most likely a gentlemanly thing to do, that if you're gonna have someone to speak for us, then let's have Martha Karua do that for us. So I think there's a sense in which there's still no. Maybe as time goes by, we are going to see that. Maybe we are going to see there, as they say today, we wait and see that in their next meeting, probably other people are going to join, and maybe we'll have a different view as opposed to what we have right now. But for me, I'm yet to really pick if the system is really around them right now. Maybe tomorrow we can have a different view. So, James?
First, I would like to state that it is true that what is right now happening in this region is that there is some bit of deja vu. There is a bit of panic, let me put it that way, and fear that what does the future hold. And these communities, when you look at them, they are informed by the history, the post-independence history, that they gave leadership, or they ceded leadership to others, and during such time they served immensely, and therefore the level of trust is very low. Is very, very low. The trusting of other people is very, very low. And that is why I stated that if they don't get one of their own at the top two, they will run away to the side that they feel their side, their interest will be well catered for. They are still searching, and I stated earlier that it would be too early to conclude that the conversation has ended. It has just begun. Maybe you will know what the community is thinking some 4 to 3 months towards the elections. These are people who have systems that they pass information, make decisions, pass the decisions. They are very elaborate systems, particularly through the traders in various markets. And all of a sudden, what you thought it was, it becomes something else. So going forward, I think it is a good start for Mother, because it shows that there is a groundswell of acceptance by the various contending parties. Maybe because she does not bring any threat to them of whatever nature, or she's not shown that she has a side that she strongly supports. And therefore, she is favored in that aspect. And also the fact of gender, like somebody said, she should have maybe bulldozed her way on account of gender, which I also very highly doubt. So basically, what it is that the conversation is going on, and the conversation will get bigger and bigger. And there is nothing as that pulls these people as their interests. They are hand-nosed bargainers. When you hear statements that the votes here will not go for free, they mean exactly that. It's no joke. They mean exactly that, and that is what will inform even the person on the streets and in the farms, in the corners of this region, because the community has come to learn that not unless you fight for your space, nobody will give you that space. And therefore, I'm not surprised that even up to today, even those who are seemingly celebrating and saying they have already put some in the pockets, they could be in for a rude shock. I think that is my observation. This is a community I belong to, and I know there are people who can change and can change very fast once they discover that maybe they are not getting a good deal. Right now, you might be surprised that what was written in that document that has been demonized. There are people have started understanding that there were things that would have uplifted them by far, and especially in terms of allocation of resources, and how that will finally come to affect the way they feel those who came with the propaganda. I don't know, but the conversation is still going on. These people don't rush. They will sing for you today, and tomorrow they will chase you away. So it is a dicey game. It is not anything fixed so far. That's what I can say.
Can I say that there are two things that I still pick from that? One, President was the convener of Limuru 1. He was the convener of Limuru 2.
Yes.
So you cannot come and talk about Limuru 3 if you are not building up to what was happening.
Precisely.
That is one thing. That is one thing that I picked.
Yes.
The second thing I picked Yeah, let me just say you will add your, or you can interchange, you can give your different view. The second thing I picked, the moment Mother Karua started closing in, Waikuru started being non-committal. The two have been on opposing political sides. So, and the third thing I picked from there is that these guys, if they were only the 4 guys without another force behind them, I can tell you for today hawangekuwa wamechakua wangekuwa tu kama oka. China bado hawakuagreed, they could not have agreed on anything. But I can tell you there is a stronger force pushing what they are doing. Okay, that's my analysis. Nimeashia hapo.
Okay, Wekesa, I can't rule out whatever the case you have settled on, that there must be a force which is behind the Muru meetings. I again remember we had a BPI where the president was very active. Now BPI flopped. The president has taken a back seat. So for now, one thing for sure, okay, honestly, we can't say what will be the reaction of the president against the failure of BBI. So that's also we can be surprised as well. But from where I stand, according to my understanding of politics,
yeah, but just to tell you, if you are following up events, you will realize BBI never failed. There is a caucus in Mombasa. You saw it. This thing is coming through Parliament. So it's only that the court brought it to a house.
It failed.
They are still pursuing it in different avenues.
So that's why it failed against the direction they wanted them. It's the two contenders wanted them to take. That the direction was blocked. So and that direction was to play for 2022 outcomes. That is the truth of the matter. Actually, BBI was to propel the Raila Odinga Uhuru wing to take the next presidency. Okay, so now it has taken another direction. But having said that one, the next, I feel the dynamic which is going to take place in 2022 will be different. Right now, the issue of a running mate is going to play a very, very critical role when 2022 results will be announced. Because right now, the running mate now is a very serious position in the country right now, because it's like a co-presidency. So whoever is going to play the cards well will take the presidency. It's a Ruto or Raila. So whoever, because the moment right now, what's going to happen is this: whoever is going to take the running mate from Mount Kenya, the people who are opposing those, for example, Ruto, will go against, collect the remaining, create a narrative for the other tribes to go against this Ruto side. You see, that's why at the moment it's very complicated for both Ruto and Raila. That's why even you have seen that Ruto right now is embracing the handshake from the president, because you don't know, these people might they are planning to block Ruto from ascending to power. You see, it's becoming very. That's why you see even now the Ruto is very anxious about 2022 outcomes. So something which we cannot say at the moment. So it is becoming a nightmare for both sides. So Ruto also is gathering masses. You see, it's becoming giving them that right now. I'm not an easy person. It's going everywhere. If there is a person who has done since as far as campaigns are concerned, the DP has done so many campaigns. So which means that there is some anxiety in him. So I don't know what will be the end game. I don't know what you will predict. What you will predict?
But Basweti.
Yes.
You're saying something there that I would want to. I think that's something that has been peddled so much around, and I think it's important that at this stage we try to analyze that statement that he's afraid. You said that he's afraid that the Uhuru side are blocking him from ascending to power.
Yes.
Now that's a very convenient statement even to Ruto supporters, and it's a very convenient statement to that side, because they use that to seek sympathy. You know, when you go out there, the statement is everybody else is working to block him from ascending to power. You see, what you're not forgetting, nobody works to block you from ascending to power. Everybody is working to get to power. The same thing that you are pursuing.
Yes.
So if anyone is just like runners on a race, no runner is running to block the other. They are running to reach their first. So can you imagine you are in a race, you're running, then you are busy saying this person who is coming to pass you, or who is running the other side faster than you, they are running to block you from winning. That's a very, first of all, sympathy-seeking statement, self-defeating statement. Ruto is there to win, right?
Yes.
And anybody else who is there, they are there to win, all right? And
yes.
They are planning, they are plotting, whatever Ruto is doing, like you're saying, he's been going around. That is his way of running his race, okay?
Yes.
It wouldn't be so nice that now everybody else is not doing anything because Ruto is going around meeting people.
Yes.
He could be so visual. I mean, so present in a lot of things, because as yet up to today, the campaigns are not yet out. Okay, campaign period is not yet out.
Yes.
But again, we can say it is important for us to appreciate its a race.
Yes.
Everybody that is going to be there is not going to be doing it. You cannot. If we are running with you, Basweti, I'm not going to do things to make you win.
Yes.
I'm going to do things to make me win. And if whatever I'm going to do is going to make me reach the race first, it doesn't mean I've made it to block you. It means that my strategy and whatever I put in place has worked for me. Yours didn't work. Okay. So this statement of, the system is doing things to block Ruto, this is it, he's fearing, is a statement that is very convenient.
Yes.
It helps their narrative to tell their supporter the same thing we said, the sympathy-seeking behavior, where you're saying, you see, they have even gone to meet in Mombasa to plot against me. Why are you scared when your runner is training? When the other runner is training, for example, when Kenya wants to win gold in certain marathon, our runners go to train in other countries. So will you start saying that Kenya is going to say Ethiopia? Will it say that Kenya has taken its runners to train in Mexico because they want to beat us? That should not be a problem. Let them train, you do your things. If whatever Ruto is doing, he thinks can work for him to get up there, that's okay. That's a political competition that is needed. If your friends will merge, they'll form whatever to beat you, that's okay. That's part of competition. All right. You're also free to merge with others. You are free to seek for new coalitions. So I think it's a convenient statement as opposed to that.
And in the same breath, you find them say that the other side wanasema the president anacheza Raila. So you ask yourself, then how can this president anacheza huko Raila na bado tena anamblock? So kwani president anataka, because initially we could understand if they said that president wanted to prolong his tenure. So tunaweza elewa anacheza Raila na tena anataka kublock DP. But again, if president prolongs his tenure, he's prolonging the tenure of both of them.
Wekesa, those statements, Wekesa, like when they say that anacheza Raila, some of them are convenient statements. Like when you go to a fight, you need to sometimes even create red herrings for your opponents. You can put some things to unsettle the other side. To make sure that you can create. If Wekesa, for example, if tunangangania the same lady, and some of us have under tactics, you can send someone to come and tell Wekesa that your lady was seen at a certain place, so that they can create what? They can create some distrust. If it can work for a relationship that has very, very not so strong a bond, it will break them. So sometimes in politics, you have all those tactics that people use. You'll put a statement, you'll put something, to make sure that at least as much as possible, you don't make sure that your opponent is comfortable. So even if you know that this is not working for us, you have to always behave like you're okay. You have to always behave like you are giving confidence. You'll never hear anywhere Ruto saying that, oh, I'm giving up. No, he says that we have this. And even when he's giving you a clear lie, a politician will tell you a lie to the face and say it with a matter of fact. Right now, they are busy telling us about, bottom-up economy, the way it's going to make you, serikali ya next year itakuwa run na mama mboga. And in the same breath, when they were meeting in the other day, I think this week or yesterday, they were meeting in Kitui. They met in a posh hotel lodge somewhere, and there was no mama mboga there. You're being told bottom up, but they are bringing people from up to bottom. You see. So it is a lie that it has to be told with confidence, so that the person who is they go to a church and they give a pastor a new car, but they come to you, they give you a wheelbarrow. They say we are empowering the youth, but they tell you that is what is going to work. That is politics.
Okay. Yes. I've seen our friend called Sam. Sam, you're welcome. Sam.
Yes.
Yeah, you're available. Make your comment on today's topic. We are discussing, let me just return the banner. We are discussing, do you endorse Mother Karua as a spokesperson for Mount Kenya? Was it done unilaterally, you think that has the blessings of the mountain? So you can weigh in and let's have your view of the same.
First of all, with that, I would not say that because it's their own people who've done so. The leaders of the region have done so. So to me, I would say let's just give it time. It's easy. It's not good to give it a rush on what we think that is behind the scene or everything, because it's not all that, like, it's not everything. It's just a political move or to gain some mileage or to do something. But sometimes not every political move actually becomes successful. So to me, I would say that let's wait and see what might be the game plan in it, because so many things we've seen this year has been brought up and they've been failing. So just because I just entered the show now and I've just been hearing some comments coming from you guys, and I would say to me, I would say somehow that happened as far as Themba is saying about campaigning, that it's good for every candidate to go and sell themselves and say what they want to do to their people, what they're aspiring, and and they'll just leave the way it is. If you're the best one, you'll be chosen. If you're not the best one, you won't be chosen. So to me, I would say is actually taking its own shape, and the real politics that we expect, it will come
Have we lost him?
It seems.
It seems we lost him.
Dennis, are you around?
Hello?
Dennis. Okay. Yeah, we have lost both Sam and Dennis Nikama Ayuko, so we call back to Mala. Okay, Wahome, there's something you were saying before we brought in Sam.
I have a thrust of 2 points. There's this talk of BBI having collapsed. In fact, like you said, it's coming back in a different way. And you notice that it is turned into a poisoned chalice on the side of those who opposed it. As I told you, there is a new awakening. People have started reading in between the document, and it is becoming apparent that there were lies that were used. And that is why if you watched a political get-together some 2-3 days when delegates went to visit the deputy president by Aris Wahome, they were at pains to tell Jeremiah Kioni to bring back those amendments through parliament so that they are passed as fast as possible, because there's a new realization that the region was to get its fair share of resources and better representation, which was lost. And I up to now cannot tell how it is going to affect the political situation going forward, but you can bet that the heat has been turned on them, and how they react to that is what will determine their future. I will not be surprised that they are the ones who are most anxious that the matters are brought before Parliament and passed in Parliament, so that they do not face a backlash from the community. The other thing I wanted to say is that the 2022 elections are going to be a bit different, because in the region because one, there is no strong candidate coming from that region. So those mind-boggling now turnout numbers are likely not to be seen because naturally these people will normally go to vote their own. Number two, and which maybe some have not taken seriously, is that the fear that had been generated over the years about the persona of one Raila Amolo Odinga has started going down because of the 4 years that the man has worked with Uhuru. So to have a motivation that somebody will vote and wake up and strongly go to vote because he doesn't want Raila to win, that I don't see it being a very strong factor this time. Of course, there is that position, there is that population that may still be in that mindset, but by the whole, it's gone down significantly. So the issue of numbers will really matter here. The turnout is likely to be not as high as it has been for the last 2 elections. And the other factor people are talking about is that if they could suffer that much when one of their own was in power, especially in terms of putting some money in the pocket, what assures them that they will get something when it is somebody else? Why should they waste their time? Leave a kiosk and leave their border business to go and vote. So these are issues that we don't know how they will spiral going forward, but it will be a Herculean task to get people to the voting booths from this region because of those 2 factors that I have told you about. And of course, you know who could benefit from that kind of scenario. That's my take.
So Wahome, what? Let me just ask you, what in your view led the Mount Kenya to the point where they are as at right now? Because you realize, there was Uhuru.
Yes.
TNA was basically Mount Kenya thing.
Yes.
So what is it that led to that kind of a narrative that you don't have someone that can mobilize you? Secondly,
yes,
what would be the impact? Because I know there has been the view of Raila as maybe the person he had been painted to be before.
Yes.
And there is also the Ruto right now, because you know that there has been that perception that Ruto was the mastermind of the displacement of many Kikuyus from Rift Valley during 2002, 2008, 2007.
Yes.
So now that you have these 2 protagonists, you have Ruto and Raila, who apparently there is some bad history with, Ruto, there's a bad history. I don't know what history there is with Raila. What would be the impact on the mobilization of the Kikuyu vote, the Mount Kenya vote?
I have stated 2 factors mostly. The motivation, the high motivation to turn out in large numbers is to prevent Raila Amolo Odinga from getting the presidency, right? So, and it was based on fear that this is a person who might come to revenge against the background of the history that they had in those many years for his father. There is fear that he has pronounced himself on certain very sensitive matters like rent, tribunals and the rest. However, what is now the fact is that that fear seems to have significantly gone down. So to tell somebody that you turn out today because you fear that man, I think it's a very small, it's an insignificant number that you will have that motivation to go and vote on that account. You asked what has caused the situation where we are right now, where maybe the deputy seems to have taken the upper hand. Is it? Is that your question? There are three.
To the extent that there seem to be a lack of leadership in Mount Kenya,
Essentially, it should be Uhuru should be giving the direction. However, there are several things that have happened in the government processes that have been perceived by the community to have been done either haphazardly or without sensitivity to the businesses. And just to quickly tell you what they are, there is a banning of counterfeit products. The traders in Nairobi, you notice that they are the ones who go to the rural areas every other weekend. So that is a message they carry to the rural areas, that this is a man we voted for and has now crashed our business. It was a well-intentioned, government process, but it has turned out to be what has been taken to be to have been done to hurt the business people. Then there is the issue of taxes. The government has been very aggressive on that, and there are quite a number of people who never used to pay, especially those who used to buy in bulk. They used to buy combined, the containers. They want to declare only one item, and the others pass without being taxed. So they would come and make millions within a very short time. The government capped that one, which has sent quite a number of people, basically Kikuyu young men and women, out of business. The other one has to do with demolitions. You notice that the NMS has been very ruthless in dealing with those who have built kiosks in road reserves and the rest. So those three factors have combined to generate a groundswell of resentment, because in their understanding is that they put this man there is their own. So in case of such matters, you shouldn't look the other way and let them thrive. But that seems not to have happened. So basically today it's a total confusion. So they think in their way, when they hear Hasra, their understanding is that they will be ready to do business as they used to. Should the man pushing that narrative comes in. So I don't know whether it's going to be like that, but when you talk to those who are down there, some of them, that is what they think. Have I answered your question, Demba?
Yes, you have actually brought in some interesting perspective that I suppose would be an interesting point of discussion. Some of the things that are being done, which are basically policy issues and have a long-term positive effect in the Wananchi, as opposed to the short-term benefit to a few. Because even when you would say that we have counterfeit and stuff that were happening, only a few people were becoming rich.
Yes.
and more people were hurting, because counterfeit goes in the long run to hurt the Mwananchi.
But you see,
when you have more people not paying taxes, it means that you are denying the government the revenue that it needs to implement some of the long-term projects that it will be implementing. But again, you need to comment on the idea that if you listen to the hustler narrative, even the person talking about it, he says we need to have more people paying tax. You know, so if you have more people working, then you have more people paying tax. Yet the gap has been we have not been collecting tax, so they'll be paying taxes, even those who had not been paying tax. What do you think?
No, you see you see in general human communication, there is when you resent or when you feel bad, there is what you want to hear. I am sure they have not internalized the second part that you have talked about. They have not internalized it in a true sense, because quite a number are in that state of heart and feeling of betrayal. Okay, so they ask themselves, how can it be that our brother can be so insensitive? And you know, unfortunately, sorry to say this, I don't know whether it applies to, but I think it also does apply to other communities. There is this unwritten rule, a feeling of some sort, that your leader should be sympathetic to your cause, even when it is not really within the structures of the of the systems of government. And it's the same things that are happening in Laikipia, where you find leaders fighting for people who are entering into other people's farms and destroying their crops. It is illegal, yes, but that is what is popular, and they feel that those who support them in that they are real leaders. So it is a kind of dichotomy that I don't know how it is going to be solved. Today, if you look at the kind of situation we have, the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, don't think that everybody is happy. No, there are sections of Kenyans who are very unhappy. In fact, what you are seeing, the beauty you are seeing in the CBD is something that they don't even think it should be even something to celebrate about. Because what the underlying factor is for the MCAs who fight for positions in Nairobi is that I'll fight for you to trade where you are, you will not be harassed, you know, that kind of thing. And they are saying that against the background that they are bylaws in the municipality, in that city metropolitan. So it is a leadership problem, and it's a big leadership problem that the dichotomy. There is what is written and what should be the script to follow, but there is also the expectation of people that if you come from where I was born and we've given you that role, you should be there to protect us against those forces. So I don't know how to solve that kind of thing. I don't know whether you know that is a fact.
Well, as you talk, before I bring Governor, I see Governor has joined us, probably Ilweri, and also Basweti, not to let him feel out so much. I would want you to, you said something that is, you said a point that is very important for people to appreciate, that when come voting time, people want to be told what they want to hear, not what they don't want to hear.
Exactly.
And they say it's a Machiavellian principle.
Yes.
If you want to be honest and become a politician at the same time, then you are in the wrong profession. Machiavellian suggests that you need to overpromise but underdeliver. You ought not to come and tell people, like, for example, if right now there's no politician who will come in and tell you that for the next 5 years, when you come next year, we will be paying debt. There's nothing much we will be doing.
Yes.
There's no politician who will tell you that within the framework that you're having right now, there are some things that you cannot actualize within the first term. All right.
Yes.
Within even right now, when they're busy going with the hustler thing, there's nobody telling them that, of course, at the end of the day, whether we talk bottom up or whichever, you have to wake up, go work.
Yes.
There's nobody who will say that. Now
No.
we are busy being told that, oh, Mama Mboga will come and rule status. Which constitution says that? There's no way that the constitution has given us 3 arms of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. And that will continue to remain like that in the constitution. There's nowhere that you'll find that you have been let, all of you, to go to parliament. You'll still have an MP. The MP is the one who is going to be implementing the things in the ground. You see?
Yes.
So there's that you're saying what is the real and what we are told by the politicians. If you can give a comment on that before I bring Governor.
Yes, it is. It's a serious matter, because actually, when you look at it in holistic, it is what brings conflict. It is what brings the kind of resentment that you see, because many people even don't know what is the written script. They expect you to solve those problems that they feel they have, and sometimes what they are asking and demanding from you is what is prohibited, even. Or what is restricted by certain bylaws. But if you tell them that it is not that way, the government cannot allow that, you'll not get votes, like you are saying. So basically, that is the situation that Uhuru finds himself in, that he is a homeboy who did not protect his skin and Keith to make money, regardless. So that's it.
I would like to add, because I do feel like I'll leave the studio, go and sleep. So I would like to wind up by saying that there's something the former president got right. That is Daniel Chotich. One of its cause was siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. I do agree that with them, but maybe this politician, most of them, they are not honest. They will overpromise things they won't do. You see, some people will come, think their names. See, they say mahali farasi wawili wanapigana nyasi ingeumia. So those if the politics is at that game, and those people who are doing this, who are playing on that political arena, are making the game more dirtier, the people who are suffering will be the common mwananchi. As the situation is right now, all people who voted for this government, the current regime, everyone, 80% of them, they are regretting. They are regretting because vile walidhania sio vile. The suffering is so much in the country. People are living on loans. Even those people who are in the middle class are still feeling the pinch of the current government. And you see, it is true, whatever they are complaining, those are really issues which have not been moderated by this current government as per the expectation. So the quote of Daniel Trotich Arap Moi has come to pass, and if we continue with the same, we'll expect the same outcome for the next regime, which is going to be voted in to take in the next 10 years. We expect then we come to this forum, we speak on the same issues. Maybe next time the pandemic will be over. So right now the pandemic is being used as an excuse of the blaming the government because it's a natural calamity. So it's being inaongezwa kwa hizo mashida sasa juu. So we won't know what will be next because maybe if the things will stabilize. But as people who have done CC ambao tumekuwa siasa, we have learned in these things, tunajua yule mwanasiasa ambaye anasema ukweli, mtu ambaye anachukua Biblia, ukimwangalia kwa macho unaona huyu mtu is real, is a legitimate person. Ukimwangalia hapa kwa uso unatasamu, unamwamini huyu mtu ni wa ukweli. Si ile mtu anasema mimi nitawajengea barabara, mimi nitaweka stadium, mimi watu watapasa bottom up approach, pesa zitaingia mashinani, lakini ukimwangalia hapa uso huyu, ukimwangalia huyu, the next you should be very wise to see a person who is legitimate and a person who is fake. Hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo hapa hii nchi yetu ya Kenya right now. We cannot differentiate a fake person and a real person. Because we are being blinded with now politics of Kenya right now, the whole of Africa, is that money is the number one qualification. If you don't have money, you won't make it. So we are being blinded with money to choose right leaders. Hizo ndio vitu zinatusumbua sisi. Na kusema this person doesn't come from my place, even from the village, from the MCAs, the voting pattern is the same. But if you don't come from my village, you won't get my vote. Those are the two main attribute things people take into consideration. We are making the Moise phrase, Maisambaya, Siasambaya, to come into play. That will be used against us, making our life more hard. The well-being of people of Kenya is not good as per moment. So I think we have actually to educate those people who don't understand these things so that they can make the right choices. I don't know. I rest my case there.
Okay, Governor. Thank you, Basweti. Those who are viewing us on Facebook and YouTube, you can give your comments so that the panelists can respond to them. Yes, Governor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Themba. I'd like to say that it's my first time to join the conversation. I've been following closely, but I had to force myself inside here so that I can also thank the panel for doing a good job. Number one, I heard you talking about 3 arms of the government. For me, really, there is no 3 arms of the government in Kenya. There are always 4. Number one is the executive, legislature, and the last one is always Raila Amolo Odinga. Is the 4th arm of the government. Everyone knows this. Raila is the 4th arm of the government, and people must know that in Kenya. From Mombasa to Siaya, from Ukambani to Ghana, and the only man who can save this nation. I don't know what you've been discussing, but I wanted to correct you on that. The other time I saw Dr. William Ruto saying that he is ready to do a handshake with the President of the Republic of Kenya. Let me say this. This is a man who has incited people against the government that he is in right now. He's a man who doesn't mean his words. He's a man actually who can change the lives of the people, because as per now, he's the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Let me say this with the respect, that in Kenya today, we want a leader who can transform the lives of the people, a leader who knows where the rain started beating us, a leader who is not here to fight everyone. You know, when you say that you want to bring people together as the hustlers, you know, and then again on the other side, you say that you want now to have a handshake with the president, who is a dynasty. My friend, really, where do you want to? Do you want to abandon the hustlers that you are leading? Will you bring all of them on table? Because the way they normally say that they say that President Uhuru Kenyatta is a dynasty. On the other side, you are saying that you are fighting the dynasty, saying that those people, you supported them, you in 2007, you supported them in 2013, 2017. Now it is your time to do bottom-up economy, that they should give you a break. My friend, that guy is so insincere to the Republic of Kenya. And I'm saying this without fear of contradiction. That William, as things stand right now, it will be very hard for him to be the president of the Republic of Kenya come 2022. He will never. I'm going to tell you. And watch this space. Those dynasties that have been fighting, you know, Raila Amolo Odinga means politics and business, but this person means politics. He will never cater. He will never protect the interest of the rich because he's fighting the rich. Now the rich will regroup themselves to fight him. The other time, yesterday, I heard him talking about Sijui. He supported Uhuru, then supported Raila, and then
Governor, are you still there?
It seems the governor has gone mute. There is something he has taught me that we have 4 arms of government, and that the 4th arm of government is Raila Amolo Odinga. Yeah, I think we have. My night, but it was just making a joke.
I think he was making a joke. I mean,
it's a joke of which he has made us to laugh. But
that is nowhere in the Constitution. Tony, wait, Basweti. Tony, welcome. You are muted.
Hi.
Can you contribute maybe or make your comments into what you've heard and the topic of the day?
What was the topic today? I haven't gotten it.
Topic today, we are talking about Mount Kenya Caucus choosing Martha Karua as their spokesperson. And also, would you think it's an indication that she would be considered as one of the running mate for any of the presidential candidates? And what's the import of that in Mount Kenya politics?
Yeah, thank you. Politics of in Kenya is by coincidence and by choice. Martha Karua has been in the call for some time, I guess, in my opinion, out of our own making. She miscalculated, and that's why she has been in the call, and now she is being very careful that her own presidency herself will not take her anywhere. So, but the coming together of all those small parties, Kiunchuri, Moses Kuria, and the others, they can form some kind of force, but the force is not going to be of any major impact because they do not have enough followers as such. The Mount Kenya, it's unfortunate right now there are so many small parties over there, but some of them are the people behind them. They are not the rich Mount Kenya per se, because the rich business people, the ones who determine who is to be in the government, are required somewhere else. But I guess what it is that they are kind of blocking the deputy president because the deputy president wants them to join UDA as one major party, and they are trying to use that like he wants to take them back to the dictatorship of the Kanu regime. Of course, they are being careful because some of them have suffered the same fate where they are, especially somebody like Kunjuri, who had his own. They had their party, but you see how he served the government and ceremoniously was chucked off out of the government. They are being smart and careful not to be on the makeup of UDA. UDA is not very different from Jubilee in matters of formation. UDA and Jubilee is almost the same. And in fact, my assessment is that UDA will also later suffer the same consequence Jubilee has suffered. Now, whether Mother Karua fits to be chosen by anybody, I think it is one out of 10. She will not. She does not have enough support. And in fact, even from our group, Moses Kuria, Kunjuri, they will not allow her to go forward as such. They have only chosen her to be a spokesperson. And I don't think Mata Karua is perspective enough to persuade other communities to support her, to support them, like herself as a candidate. How many times has she been in the ballot? In fact, even when she was fighting with the sitting governor, Anna Waiguru, you see how much she suffered. She is a fighter, but she doesn't have enough support. Perhaps, I don't know, somebody can joke, she has a very strict look that people don't like, but I like the lady in terms of intellectuality. She's very principled, especially remember how she walked out of the venue during the Kibak regime, and because she said she couldn't be used the way she did not want. But remember, she was the constitutional, minister when they went to swear Kibaki at night. And in fact, she's paying for those sins. And the people have not forgotten about that. So now here she comes, sweet talking people that she is trying to please the people, because Uhuru was not her choice as such. She supported Uhuru for convenience so that she can be supported to become a governor against Waiguru, which she lost. There are so many people in the central province who are in the call because of Jubilee that was amalgamated from the small parties. And those people are bitter and they want to answer back. And I think those are the people who are trying to block the deputy president. More likely, they will compromise to the honorable prime minister to be the flag bearer with some conditions that some ministries will go to the to central province, of which, of course, Mother Karua may be a beneficiary. And I think that is how I can see the whole thing. But still, the game is on. For sure, you take it to the bank, Mother Karua is not going to be a running mate to anybody.
Oh, okay. According to your opinion, you have rubbished the running mate for Mother Karua. Who do you think will make a right running mate, will give the Kenya the high bargaining power to Ruto or Raila Odinga?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. But remember the prime minister is still forming. They are doing some formations still. Excuse me. This as Miola Umoja.
Yes.
That is going to produce a candidate from there, and a candidate which is going to be a compromise, headed by the rich businessmen of the central province, and of which actually will be they will reign upon this Mother Karua group. The candidate who is going to come actually probably is not in the picture right now. Somebody like Peter Kenneth, because of his business credentials, may, but he has some enemies already who can really fight him. But the best, of course, I cannot say he can only feed to Raila, but he will not go to UDA, because remember, the deputy president at his age and at the way, the pace he does his things, he does not want somebody who can challenge him directly. The deputy president cannot take challenge from anybody else. That's why he could not take directions to subordinate the president.
We heard that he is settling with some rumors going around that he's settling on Gachagua.
No. Gachagua has too many baggages, my friend. Gachagua he has so many baggages, and Gachagua is a bitter man, even from the way he talks. That man cannot get votes. He's only boosted by people like this lady. What's that lady? Waume. That's the lady Waume. I think somebody Waume. Yeah. Yes, and some few people like some of the few people who do not. In fact, some of the people who are in the forefront with the deputy president, they will be fought politically, and some of them are going to the call. Yeah, they will be fought. And in fact, and as we know, our country is that our people go to vote, but somebody else counts the vote. So that's a fact that we know. And there are some places which will be red mapped, and they will be water because I say that because our president, the Uhuru, has lamented, but that most of them took a ride on his back.
Exactly. That is very true. That's very true.
Yeah, to go to parliament or to be who they are. But now they have been for meeting on his back right now. And then on the other side, you see the there is a bombshell for UDA during the nominations, that people who are in the forefront fighting, if they do not,
like the Kimani Chungwa.
Yeah, those guys, yeah, the Gimani Chungwa and the other guy, that other guy, the one who was just from parliament for some time, suspended. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and the
Nyoro.
Yeah. My question to those guys are whereby I like the young people to be in parliament, but surely why do they make so much noise outside here, but in parliament they never uttered a word, and they never make no bill? It is the institutions, strong institutions that parliamentarians make that can make or change our country. It's not singing deputy president. Yes, the deputy president is not an institution. So it's all wrong. And the deputy president is somebody who will never be challenged. He will not take a direct challenge. And that is why, especially this young Gachagua, that man is very bitter. He's doing whatever he's doing and he's saying whatever he's saying because of his wars and because he wants to protect his property. Now, but you go to the central province and try to see how much support he got out of his constituency. And that's my take. And I think the people who will be compromised as deputy president, central province may not finally even give a candidate, but they will take a lion's share in the elected not elected
cabinet.
Yeah, in the cabinet, yes. And that is probably that's what will be there. They support, but they are going to be in the cabinet, and they can also get the even ambassadorial positions elsewhere. You don't need number one, number two, in order to be strong in the country. Just see how Matiang is now.
But now, what is going to motivate the central people to go out and vote? You see, you can't go when you are doing the when you are doing the campaign. You can't go to the people and tell them when I will take presidency, I will give you the Minister of Agriculture. You see.
No, the central province has had presidency 2 times. Now 3 times. Yes. So they are not eager to get the vice president. Anyway, they know what it feels to be in the state house. So what they only know is on how the ground is for them to do business, how to make money. That's what they're interested. People who live well, who have power, in fact, to make decisions, are not the ones who are leaders. They are the ones who go to play golf with Mutaiga. There are people who take jobbers to go to Mombasa to some highland to see the president with maybe 5 million bottle of whiskey, you know. So those are the people who rule. So the president, in fact, to be a president or a deputy president, they don't want it because they. You are everywhere. You are located everywhere. You are known everywhere. You are limited where you go. Those people, they know. Whoever knew my Wanjigi that he was rich as he says, but he's now coming out that he bankrolled some of these guys, you know. So, but Wanjigi is not as rich as the others.
So, Tony, I hear your contributions, and I really like the way you have responded to some of the questions that Basweti has put across. What's your view on the current position of Mount Kenya as far as the current information is concerned?
Yeah.
That
we give me a second. I come back, please.
Okay. Okay. Basweti, you wanna go on that? Your view on the current position as far as Mount Kenya is concerned, in view of the development, where you find Martha Karua is leading a wing. You know, there's also other factions like the one that is led by Gachagua and Kanini Kiaga and his troop also seem to be having a different kind of look. What's your analysis to that extent?
I am anticipating if they can be able to manage a strong friction, which will cause them to have what they're looking actually is to have what we call bargaining power. The bargaining power is what these formations are looking for. So I am expecting the outcome of the Kiunjuri Mata Karua formation, if they can be able to convince people to follow them, if they're going to cause a small, actually a significant movement which can make them feel significant against the UDA and the ODM, which is led by Raila Odinga. So, as for now, as the things stand by, Mount Kenya is very can you say it is shaking. Yani. I can't say it's shaking on both sides. Just we can't say which side it's leaning, but it has been strongly behind UDA. It has been subscribed to UDA for over the last, since the fallout between the Uhuru and the DP. But as things stand today, it is Mount Kenya is shaking. So it is moving. It is moving away from the deputy president. Some people, you ask them, they will tell you that okay, I support the deputy president. Most of the people from Mount Kenya, I support the deputy president, but on conditions. Okay, some people will. Most people support the deputy president on conditions. You can't. In rare cases, you will find a person. In rare cases, you will find a person from Mount Kenya supports the deputy president unconditionally. I think we have to. There are two cases here. Those people who are supporting the deputy president on conditions. Those people are supporting the deputy president unconditionally. So the margin is shifting. Everything. The margin is shifting now. The one with conditions is, there are so many as compared to those people without conditions.
Welcome, Modiani. Do you think those conditions will be bought by the deputy president? Because he has said categorically before that he's not going to negotiate with any particular political party. He is going to only negotiate with Mwananchi. So do you think it's going to mean anything? Because you have seen him moving across, going to people. Does it have any impact on his calculations?
Yes.
Modiani Karibu, you wanna mute just a little bit before I bring you on? I'll bring you on. Just mute yourself, kidogo. Mute yourself, kidogo. Mute yourself, and then maybe Basweti akimaliza, I'll bring you on. Okay, thanks. Okay, Basweti, go ahead.
Of course, those conditions will have an impact to the DP, and if they are not well moderated or neutralized, they may cost him presidency. And those conditions are very, very, very critical conditions. But for instance, the way Tony has put it very clear that the Mount Kenya guys, they don't want, they are not interested they are not highly interested with the leadership. Okay, taking the money, for example, they're having the DP, but the condition that taking care of their interests. For instance, share on the cabinet, and even the deputy president, we have said, but it's very important, it's very critical again. Let no one lies to you that these people want to take the deputy president position lightly. It's a serious case. Those cases have been raised by Mwangi Kiunjuri and Moses Kuria. So let no one lies to you, they won't take the deputy president seriously. And those supporters for William Ruto, who will support him conditionally, there are so many. So they are waiting for a whistle to make them to shift from this side to this side. If they will get someone who will satisfy their condition, they will support him. That's according to the current situation in Mount Kenya right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Basweti. Mudiani, you have a comment on the topic or maybe on what you think has been said so far?
Me, according to my side, I don't think all these things and Deputy President is talking about whether he will fulfill after he becomes the 50th president. They are all lies. I have no any trust, and I don't think even I can waste my vote giving to him. Even better you say Martha Karua than Ruto. That's only my contribution that I can make.
Mudiani, why do you think Martha Karua is better than Ruto?
Because you don't like him.
Mudiani, why do you think Martha Karua is better than Ruto? Mudiani, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Ruto is a liar. Promising every now and then, without even any fulfillment. What are he has done nothing apart from just saying, "Oh, the president is fighting me because my father wasn't their president." What kind of words are those? Nonsense. Even my father has ever been in that seat. I don't think those are kind of what he is supposed to be talking right now. Instead of just telling us, after I become a president, I will do this and this to you. He's just there saying, I don't know what. Huh? What is that? Nonsense. Even better Martha Karua than Ruto. Me, I can't give my vote to him. Okay. I'm done.
Yeah. Can I speak now? I think to some extent I can agree with my friend's sentiments, which are a little bit more personal. But in politics, we try to be sober because there is no permanent idea or there is no right or wrong as such. It depends on the time and the issues on the ground. Now, you were asking me some questions before I left. I don't know which one it was. Unless you want to ask, I continue.
Maybe you can continue. Give your thoughts as I recall. I'll let you know. Just go ahead.
Yes. the politics of Mount Kenya, how they see the country right now, is not so much as to be at the helm of presidency. They have been there so many times than any other tribe, another region in the country. So I don't think the elites and the business people from the region thinks that the presidency is going to put money on their pockets. What they simply want is the influence in the government.
I want to ask you, Tony, a question.
Yes.
You are from Mount Kenya region. What will motivate a person from Mount Kenya to wake up very early to go and vote someone? Since they don't have a candidate of their own at the moment.
In fact, there is a lot. One of them is who will protect their businesses and their properties. That is the biggest thing, because who can they trust is Raila Ama Ruto. Remember?
So between the two, as things stands, between Ruto and Raila, who is more likely to take the interests?
And Basweti, Tony, as you respond to that, I would want you to expand the answer so that it includes also Mudavadi was in Meru the other day to meet Kiraitu Murungi. Kalonzo was in Kirinyaga to meet the Kirinyaga governor, that is Waiguru. So, and of course, Ruto spent quite a number of days, and I mean, the other day he was there for many rallies, to try and persuade them that he's still interested in the mountain as he had thought he had already conquered. So as you respond to that, rather we've had previously in this forum people complaining that we tend to champion a lot and the issues of Raila and Ruto, and we forget the other players in the field. And Modiani has just said that you'd also need to try discussing Martha Karua in view of her being a presidential candidate. So as you respond to that, try and expand your answer to include the chances of the others in taking Mount Kenya too.
Yeah, okay, let me speak to ladies first. As Martha Karua has been a presidential candidate, and she knows how it feels. And she is aware of the kind of support she got. Right now, I don't think that would be our cup of tea to step in right now, especially having known her background and the kind of support she has on the ground, leave alone the whole country. Now, when I speak about the Raila and the deputy president, their support, especially from the central province, I simply go back to the historical background of the Moi regime and the relationship with the central province for 24 years on how they struggled to get him out of power. How many people suffered. Now, in fact, Ruto, with who he is right now, if he's a deputy of the person from Mount Kenya, and he's whom he is right now, and he has no power, what will he be to them with the office? I mean, that is something that you have to see. If you can't have for those people like just take like a school, a high school, or a primary school. The principal or the headmaster has a deputy. When he is not there, the deputy is instigating the teachers not to do what the headmaster wants. They don't want to.
Tony. Tony.
Yes.
It's the argument of those who support the deputy president that it has not been his mistake that he hasn't been able to do what he's supposed to do, because the person who is supposed to assign him duties hasn't done so. So what would you say to those who would argue that the president ought to have assigned him duties, which he didn't do? He assigned the duties to someone else, and therefore the deputy president had a right to engage in whatever things he's been engaging in. So what would you say to those arguing that way?
For those who are arguing like that, let them argue with an open mind. This is politics. Politics is not romance. Politics is ideologies. Politics is about the lives of the people, and just face the truth the way it is. How do you assign somebody the assignments that he doesn't want to take the way you want them done? He wants to do it in a different way. How do you, like, even for instance, if you say, if a father, even my father wants to marry the second wife, I'm his son, I would only tell him, Daddy, I don't like it, but I will not go. I'm not going to take that woman out of your bed. I would only protect my mother, but I will not go to fight the wife he has brought to the house. That is why. So, but there is no way the deputy president could give commands or conditions to the sitting president that he must not relate the way he wanted with Raila Odinga. That was wrong, and it's completely wrong, but they don't want to accept it. Yes, the reason as to why, the truth about the deputy president, why he did not work well with the president, was because the president started checking Arol and Kimwarel, how those things were done. Check all those guys at the port, at the treasury, or those big positions where the money started getting lost. When they started following them, the deputy president wanted to shield some people. Because he was not able to shield some people through the president, so the president, the deputy president, fall apart, was under pressure from his people. You are in the government, protect us, and he was not protecting them enough. The reason why he was out is that he was not able to protect the people like Rotich. So, and that is the truth. Why is it that the positions of the people of who were appointed by him were the most ministries that lost a lot of money? They went on a steering spree, and they did not want to be asked because they had a sample. This is hii ni wakati wetu wa kukura. Tulitafuta hii serikali bwana. Hii ni sisi tulienda kutafuta kura. Lazima tukule. Wacha hiyo mtu anakuja kutuambia tunakula kutoka nje, ndio huyo Raila Odinga sasa ndio wanaongea na deputy president. And I think those are the intrigues which came about the deputy president and the president himself. Now, but the president, he confirms that he has done more in the second term than he did in the first term. That's his word.
Okay, Tony, maybe I want to bring Baswe. I don't know if Basweti or Mudiani.
I am here.
I want to bring you in on this, on what Tony has said. He said,
I didn't say anything about Mudavadi. I was going to go to Mudavadi, but that's all right.
Yeah, I'll still bring you on. But he said that it's in his submission that deputy president was wrong in what he did. But I don't know if you would argue the same or you'd argue differently, because the perception is that, and what he has painted to his followers is that he was not given responsibility. So he had a lot of time in his hands, and he's been doing much of what he can with that time. So do you agree with Tony, or you have the different view?
I think there are some characteristics. Even if I don't support the deputy president, there are some characteristics which I admire in him. For instance, being an ambitious person, and even being consistent on whatever is working for. So the deputy president, being an ambitious person the way he is, he was being overrun against whatever he was supposed to deliver in the second term. So, and the deputy president being worked with Raila Odinga in the previous government, knew Raila Odinga as a risk, as a threat against his presidency in 2022. Raila Odinga is just someone who can change the political temperature within the shortest time. The guy is an animal in politics. Don't joke with Raila. Raila Odinga can change. You may see Raila Odinga going down in politics, but he craft a strategy, and within the shortest time, he's getting back the graph. So Ruto knew Raila Odinga can cost him presidency. That is the reason as to why they started what we call a psychological attack game against the relationship between Raila Odinga and the president. So, and that's why the reason as to why they were very serious, and they never trusted the BBI endgame. Okay, so that's the reason as to why even the deputy president went ahead to start early campaign, so that they can be able to save himself the 2022 presidency. I think that might be the reason as to why maybe he had a plan. For instance, so in Kenya's politics, you have to gather enough funds to fund the rallies, because Kenyan campaigns or any campaign is very expensive activity to undertake. So maybe there was some dubious means he was working on to get the money to finance the campaign, but that one was about the Raila Odinga, the former prime minister, brought some sabotage those plans. Those plans were given a block against Raila Odinga and the president, this relationship. I think that is the reason as to why the deputy president took the interest and is behaving the way it's behaving right now. That is what I can say.
Okay. I think we can move to a close today early so that people can rest. So I will give us at least 5 minutes for each of us to give our closing remarks, and we'll start with Mudhiani, then Tony, and then Basweti, so that we can allow you guys to rest. So Mudhiani, go ahead. Mudhiani, are you there? Maybe Mudhiani is not able to. So let's go to Tony. Tony.
Yeah, nimeingia tu na unataka kufunga, lakini sawa tu. Sasa hata saa hii bwana ni saa 10 sasa, naenda wapi sasa? Wapi? Sasa lakini sio wacha tu. Sasa let me say the politics of our country is on a dire situation that it needs a little bit more candid people that can lead us, other than the liars that are on the ground right now. And quite honestly, politics in Kenya, they are the season. No, they are like, these are like permanent politicians that who are there to just make money for themselves, not to help the public. I wish nice people could come up, but if you look at the people like the old politicians, the Raila type, the Olengo type, those are people who you see are selfless, and even if surely they probably nobody could be like maybe like white kama Bamba, lakini you don't hear them on scandals so much. Tell me how many scandals you have had people like Olengo.
Very few. Hold on, Tony. I don't know if you still want to continue, then I can allow one of you to moderate. Then I will step out kidogo, then maybe I'll come later. If you still have, Basweti, are you still around?
No, I want to sleep. I think I am in Kenya. The time now is heading to 1. Tomorrow I'm going to work. I think I have.
Mudhiani, how about you? Okay, so Tony, you realize that we are not closing because you are closing because guys want to sleep there. Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, Kenya yetu ni nchi ya ajabu. But anyway, I am saying those are the kind of politicians that really held our country to where it is at. Look at the people of the youngsters who are in parliament. Chichopefu, the guy who used to present very well investigation in journalism. Just look now how they are. They have been reduced to just, I don't know what name to characterize. But anyway, the only way the presidency should not be the ultimate how the nation can be changed. It is strong legislature that we need to keep track of the presidency, and then they can legislate laws that can govern our country today and tomorrow. So people of integrity, people with knowledge that cannot be bought with money, needs to run for the offices. But in Kenya, I hear that there is a way that people get elected, which is funny. Yeah, I still believe that the good people are there, but I don't know who. But Kenya yetu ni nchi ya ajabu. It's all right.
Thank you, Tony. Basweti, maybe 2 minutes. You're closing remark. 2 minutes.
I would like to say, ningependa kufunga kwa Kiswahili nikisema ya kwamba tunapowachagua hawa viongozi, kuna mambo ambayo tunafaa kuangalia kiongozi anafaa kuwa nayo. Kwa mfano, Kenya yetu tuko na shida kubwa ya corruption. Kwa Kiswahili inaitwa rushwa. Napenda kiongozi ambaye alikuwa anaitwa Julius
Hold on Basweti. Wahome.
Yes. How are you?
Would you be here because Tony is still on locked on the stream? Would you still be on the stream so that you guys can continue with the discussion for a while?
I'll be going to sleep very soon.
Very soon. How long? How long, Wahome?
Yes.
How
maybe
long?
in 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes. You guys can close up with Tony. You can just continue with Tony, and then as you go to sleep, you can end it, because Tony has very great ideas. I would want you to hear them, and I also know you have great ideas. I need Tony to listen to you.
I'm here.
Basweti,
nilikuwa nasema
tuendelee kuongea mkingojea Tony, alafu James Wahome, Tony will be here. Muendelee. I want to step out kidogo, then you'll close. Don't worry.
Nilikuwa nasema kuna mambo mawili matatu yanayosumbua nchi yetu ya Kenya. Jambo la kwanza nilikuwa nazungumzia juu ya rushwa, corruption, ambayo Mwalimu Julius Nyerere alisema ya kwamba rushwa ni adui wa haki, na alirudia akasema ya kwamba watu wakianza kupeana rushwa, watu maskini hawatakuwa na haki. Hayo ni maneno ya Mwalimu Julius Nyerere alisema. So tunapochagua hawa viongozi kama rais wa nchi, ni mtu ambaye lazima tukue makini sana wakati tunamchagua. Mtu ambaye tukimwangalia hivi tunamwamini ya kwamba huyu mtu atapigania na ataweza kuangamiza hii shida ambayo inaitwa rushwa, corruption katika nchi yetu, ambayo imechangia maendeleo kutokuwa katika nchi yetu, kuishi maisha duni imechangiwa sana na rushwa. So tunapochagua kiongozi tusingatie haya maneno, jambo la kwanza, kiongozi ambaye atapigania na ataweza kuangamiza rushwa katika nchi yetu. So huyo kiongozi mwenye tutaenda kuchagua hapo atakuwa rais wetu. Hayo ni maneno ambayo tuende kuchagua mtu ambaye ako na integrity, etiquette hana. Mtu ambaye ashakuwa katika mtu ambaye ashaiwahi andamano na mambo ya rushwa, corruption. So hizo ni vitu tunaangalia historia ya mtu kwanza kabla tujaweza kuchagua mtu kiongozi. Na mtu mwingine tunafaa kuangalia vitu zingine ni kama yule mtu ambaye akikula kiapo kwamba ataweza kuilinda na kuitetea katiba. Tumeweza kuangalia hapa katiba, watu wanapuuza katiba. Kwa mfano, ninahisi ya kwamba rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta kuna vipengee fulani, nahisi ya kwamba rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta kuna vipengee fulani za katiba ameweza kupuuza. Kwa hivyo rais ambaye anaweza kuitetea akikula kiapo kwamba atailinda na kuitetea katiba, tukimtazama huko machoni tuweza kumwamini huyu mtu ni mkweli. So hayo ndio mambo mimi naweza sema tunayafaa kuzingatia wakati tunachagua kiongozi, na kiongozi ambaye sio mtu ambaye ni mkabila. Mtu ambaye anasifu ukabila, huyu kiongozi hafai kuiongoza nchi yetu. So hayo ni mambo matatu mimi niweza kuzungumzia wakati tunachagua kiongozi tunafaa kuzingatia. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante. Lakini kabla hujaenda, wacha niseme, unajua kiongozi sio kiongozi, sijui unamaanisha president ama executive ama legislature. Sio wao wanaweza badilisha maisha as such, ichapokuwa ni watu peke yao. I mean, ni raia wanastahili kuelimika, kuwa na civil education ya kutosha, na wawe like lovers of their country, citizenship. Unajua countries like America, why they have developed very well is because the people love their country. And because they love their country, when you break a law, you have to pay for it. And once you do not serve the people the way you, as a leader, you were elected, the people hold you responsible. They can recall you. And sasa the problem is that our country is like ini mtu wetu. Why do I say that? Is because when you hear somebody has been accused of maybe embezzling some funds, akichukuliwa na EACC ama polisi, you find a ton of people behind him kusema yeye anapatia mama yetu, baba yetu, dani yetu, ndugu yetu. You know, that is, they try to resist to the law that huyu hajafanya kitu because they have been given something. Should they have known what their responsibilities are as citizens, they won't do this. This is why hao watu wanakuwa bold, alafu wanaendelea kutuibia, kutunyanyasa, wanaipa hizo pesa zetu za how do you call taxes in Swahili? I don't know. I don't remember. Yes, and then they bring it in the form of small tokens during the elections so that we elected them. That is the problem. That's the problem. If we stop, if they are in trouble, do you want to tell me people like Waititu, people like Sonko, after being given the portfolios, they should come back to the people and they get a mass of people supporting them? I saw him, I think today, or yesterday in your place, Waititu identifying himself with the deputy president. And I don't understand, the deputy president is the doctor.
Mutembe, nimekuona huko hapa. Wewe endelea. Okay, sawa.
So,
well, just go on, Tony.
Yeah. So I don't understand why the deputy president accepts somebody like Waititu to be associated with him. With all, of course, I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying that he's a bad person, but he's a person that the law has put a microscope on, and there is something that is not good to the public is going on. Why should the vice president identify himself with such people? Simply wants to go with the euphoria. And the people who are supporting the somebody like Waititu right now, I'm sure they will not be the people who suffered as a result of him. Ni wale watu walisaidia kufanya upuzi hapa na huko. And that's why I'm saying the problem is our people. But now, you know, there is a crop of people that you can't help. The older generations saa ingine wanaenda. Sisi at our generations, we must fight and help these leadership positions. This leadership haipeanwi, unapigania na unanyakua hii kitu bwana, unapigania na unyakue, and then we can change for our children, and then our children's children, and then that's how our country can change to be like the America and these other Western countries. Let me tell you something. Some of us came, myself, I came out of Kenya during the Moi regime. After finishing from Zambia, I wasn't happy staying in school at the unasomesha unapata kale 10,000 20,000 ulikuwa unapata. And I am telling you, unaweza kutoka Kenya saa hii ukuje US unafanya kazi kama watchman, lakini unapata mshahara wako at the end of the month. You will be competing with an MP in Kenya. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu hao watu, they respect their country, they love their country, they protect their country. So it is upon us as citizens to change our country, not the leaders. The leaders, they are only there as leaders, the head, but not to change the lifestyles of people.
I am in agreement. I am in agreement completely, and people have to adapt a different culture. Not even we have now the country Kenya. We are what's affecting us is the tribalism, which is affecting people so much. People are more aligned to tribal, not the country as well. So that one has to be also a problem, which should be eliminated first.
Yeah, but my friend, let me help you there. Tribalism is also what is a problem to our country. Like in these Western countries, kuna racism. No, wazungu vile wanaangalia watu wa hii kara yetu hii, sio vile inatakikana. Kuna racism all over. America is a racist country. Wazungu wanachukia watu weusi. Yeah, and you can see that. But people are normally judged by the content of their character. Kama unafanya kazi mahali, ni lazima uonyeshe wewe unastahili hiyo position. If you perform, they will respect you. So na hakuna mtu alichagua aliambia mamake mimi niwacha nisaliwe Kisii, nisaliwe Embu ama Kikuyu ama wherever Western wherever. Hakuna mtu anachagua. You can't control that. Sasa how would you look down upon somebody because yeye ni Mjaluo, yeye ni Kisii, yeye ni Kikuyu?
Yeah. It is happening. It is happening. It is happening. It is happening in the country. I have seen there's some companies. Maybe if you go to a company which is being owned by a Kikuyu, you will find majority of the employers, a majority of the employees are from the Kikuyu tribe. That one is something which is real and it's happening. You go to the company which has been opened by the Luo, you find the same situation.
Wacha nikusaidia hapa. Like places like America, even Canada, German, England, Kama wewe ni rafiki yangu na wewe uko na biashara, uko na kampani yako, na msichana yangu ama kijana yangu ako college. Sasa nakuambia msichana yangu ameenda kufanya kama ni BComs. Unaona? Sasa au unamwambia huyu niletee huyo. Anakuja direct. Unaona? Kuna connections wanafanya. Unapata wale watu wako na companies, it's easy to connect watoto wao atika anafanya course gani? Anafanya biashara, amlete. Anafanya salesmanship, amlete. Unaona, yani sio hawafanyi hivyo kwa sababu utasema hiyo ni nepotism, lakini they believe that kama my friend atanipea mtu huyu atakuwa faithful because he was referred by my very good friend. Lakini you hold the child responsible. Ukienda huko lazima uperform. You are my child and you are going to my friend's company. You have to perform. And that is how these people protect their businesses. If you check like hii Coca-Cola mnakunywa Kenya, ilianzishwa Atlanta. The Coca-Cola brothers is a large family. Wameshikilia hizo nyativa. I'm not good in Swahili, so wacha niongee. Let me speak in English. Those positions, yes. They hold the positions that matter, that they control the company, and the company is a worldwide now. So it's kind of like they have put people that they trust. It's very good. Hata wewe sahi ukikuwa na matatu, ukikuwa na lori hiyo natoka Kisii na Matoke na Miwa, you want to make sure the driver is a person you understand. Hata fika Narok, hiyo gari ikue karatasi ama ikue imeanguka. You want to have somebody. If you find your friend's friend is a driver, unaweza sema, if he's a good person, nipe hiyo driver. Naona? And that is how things work. It's not bad. But now, the problem of nepotism will be like when some of the positions, people who are like China yako ikiangaliwa on the national or public positions, government, you know, a company ya mtu ni private, he can do whatever he wants. But on the public, on the Public Service Commission, which is funded by it's a different situation. We are supposed to have the same share and equal opportunity. But you cannot tell somebody unnecessarily. If Keroche Breweries anataka kuweka wasichana yake kama MDs in their company, no one is going to tell them that you cannot do that. But if you go to Kenya Airways, the Uhuru family cannot go and put their family there. And that's the difference.
I understand. I have actually gotten your point. It is very clear. There's some explanations which are making sense to me. So I am in agreement to that extent. So allow me to go and sleep. I think we meet tomorrow.
Okay. Good night. Sasa tumebaki na nani hapa? Niko peke yangu ama kuna mtu hapa?
Tuko hapa lakini naweza malizia.
Okay, wacha tumalize.
Anakuja kwanza. Huyu ni boss, mnaweza endelea naye kidogo, atakata baadaye.
No, sawa tu, wacha maliza wewe, maliza tu, ukimaliza hata mimi niko sawa tu mpaka kesho.
Okay, Ashley, si utakata live mkimaliza?
No. You can finish. I think then I've come late. I can contribute tomorrow. I just want to say that our people, it looks like sisi tumekuwa kwa mnanda na our leaders zetu wanaenda kunegotiate wakisema we have the majority, lakini watuletei, wakipata wanakula pekee. Sasa sisi tukatae kuwa back. Let them go, wajipeleke huko kwa mnanda wenyewe, hata si wengi, na sisi we stay together. Ule anakujanga huko kisa ile price zimeincreasiwa, anatusaidia, huyo ndio tutabaki. Na kama haiko kwa hiyo lineup, wacha wajiwekee kiongozi wao. Huyo ni kiongozi waongozi. She's the leader of the leaders. Si leader ya Mount Kenya, because Mount Kenya hawatutetei, wanatetea tumbo zao. Sasa huyo mtu wanataka kuweka ni leader yao, ya viongozi yao wako hapo, au tumbocrats. Lakini sisi watu wa chini tukatae kuwa back. Wacha juu wakipata hizo pesa wanakula pekee. That is my contribution.
So unataka wakipata wanawaletea wheelbarrow?
Sasa kama wanapata za wheelbarrow walete za wheelbarrow, lakini kama wanaweza kununua magari kubwa na madege na wanatuletea crabs, sisi hatutawapatia the power kwenda kupata hizo vitu. Waende wazijitafutie wao wenyewe juu wanakula pekee. Kama wanakula na sisi, wachokora wamejaa Nairobi, nao chokora wote ni wa Kikuyu. Saa hii hawa chokora wanaitisha nyumba. Sijaona any politician ametokea kuenda kuwajengea nyumba, yet they come and say we have to negotiate, we have the majority. Kwa hivyo they are using us as pawn. Na sisi si ng'ombe. Hata ng'ombe upatiwa chakula ndio inone, ndio ikiuzwa iko imenona. Tunataka kunona, na kama hata tunonesha tutawa disappoint.
I like how you express yourself, but wacha niseme like you are becoming so personal in your expressions. You know,
we have to tailor, we have to custom make these expressions. We have to custom them so that they can reach. Watu wanaishi Karen, wanaishi Kisusuri, watoto wetu wako huko nini, na ukienda uulize hao machokora their stories, utasikia it comes from poverty, it comes from being poor. So if they are going to use our masses, they have to. After Trump, when he was in America, why the white America loves him. When he was in power, he made sure he took care of them and their needs. So if they are going to use our majority, then they have to take care of our needs. If they don't take care of our needs, I hope our people are not stupid enough ati wakuja watuambie tuende hivi, wewe mnakula pekee endeni pekee yenu.
Kwa nini Ashley watu kama nyinyi amupigani hizi seats? Because that is very passionate.
Our job, kila mtu, the toe has a position, the stomach has a position, the head has a position, the eye has a position. So everybody should take their position. So when we fight for positions that they're not ours, then that is where the disarray comes in. There are people who God has given the ability to lead. There are people who've been given the ability to strategize. There are people who've been given the ability to do different things. So if we know what our purpose is and stay there, I think we will go forward. But we should know not to be used as pawns by anybody.
Thank you, Ashley. I love that. I like it. Well spoken.
Okay, Ashley anakuanga mtu wa wheelbarrow. That's why unaona passionate hivyo.
So you see, that is what I don't do. I don't eat wheelbarrow. I don't get wheelbarrow. My thing is to I told you, if they are all put on the line and we have to choose the best of the three. And the best of the three is the wheelbarrow. But if they put something more that resonates more, I will choose that one. I am fluid.
I love it. I love that.
Okay, sawa, acha tulale.
Asante sana. Good night.
Okay,
and good night.
Good night.
Ashley.